great definition.
Yeah, that's how I think about it. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's great. Roseanne Cash, I'm so happy that you're coming to the Westport Country Playhouse tonight. Have you been on that stage before?
No, like touring for over 45 years, like I said, have never played this venue in Westport. And I love Westport. I spent a summer there many years ago and just loved it. So I'll be with John Leventhal, my partner, my spouse and partner, musical partner, songwriting partner. And we have a really intimate, but I think good show, that we've honed over a lot of decades. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, he's a very gifted, Grammy-winning, all kind of winning producer. You guys are married 30 years now. 30
years. And yeah, he's incredibly gifted and in fact won more Grammys than I have.
Isn't that wonderful? Well, you're going to be on a historic stage. That stage goes back to 1931. You're going to have a good time.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah,
1931.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
An old theater?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like you're talking about, I don't know if Lillian Gish was ever on it, but like that kind of, like long, real history in 1931. It was, of course, a summer theater for so many years. And then Joanne Woodward led the campaign to make it an all-year-round venue. And it's really an artistic treasure, really. You're going to have a good time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, good for her.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Well, Roseanne Cash, I'm sorry, I'm going to be on a plane back from Boca. I've been here for a week with my folks. Otherwise, I would be in the audience and insist that I came backstage to say hello. But we gave away 3 pair of tickets yesterday in record time, and I'm sure you're going to be sold out. It's going to be a great time. I'm so delighted that you took some time out of your day to say hi to us on the station today. I'm really happy to talk with you.
Well, Lisa, it's been a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for your genuine ability to talk genuinely to people instead of the same old questions.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Roseanne. Roseanne Cash, who will be in Westport tonight. Don't miss it. It's a rare treat of a truly, truly gifted artist, singer, songwriter, writer, talent. Roseanne Cash, thank you so much. And next time you dip your toe into Connecticut, please come back on the show. We would love to continue the conversation.
I'd love to. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you so much.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A heat advisory is in effect through tomorrow. A sunny, hot, and humid afternoon with a high near 90. Heat indices will be in the upper 90s, and a breeze will be out of the south. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight, a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. A hot and humid day with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 15th. On this day in 1996, Bill Gates' Microsoft and NBC News launched MSNBC.
So what is the most important story in our news right now, in our country, in this moment in American history?
Only be described as a very special Morning Joe. Live from New York City.
The #1 movie at the box office in 1988 was Die Hard. Here's the star Bruce Willis.
Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. It's a Bruce Willis movie. So yippee-ki-yay.
In 2006, Jack Dorsey released to the world Twitter, which is now X. July 15th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. President Trump confirms he considered firing Fed Chairman Jerome Powell, but decided against it, at least for now.
President Trump has long complained the Fed chairman has been too slow to lower interest rates, but will he fire Jerome Powell?
So he's doing a lousy job, but no, I'm not talking about that.
But just moments later,
I don't rule out anything, but I think it's highly unlikely.
Unless he said there's fraud, citing cost overruns in the renovation of the Fed's headquarters. He also also said he did discuss Powell's future with members of Congress.
I said, what do you think? Almost every one of them said I should.
By law, the Fed chair can only be fired for cause. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
The president is again lashing out at his own supporters who are calling for the release of more files in the Jeffrey Epstein case.
It's just a subject. He's dead. He's gone. And all it is the Republicans, certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook.
CBS's Scott McFarland.
For the Attorney General Pam Bondi, the FBI Director Kash Patel, and the Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino, they were three of the loudest voices calling for Epstein information release in 2024. Before they took office, before they assumed responsibility.
House Speaker Mike Johnson wants all the files in the Epstein case released. Some California farm workers have begun a 3-day strike. CBS's Camilo Montoya Galvez explains why.
Well, these farm workers are making several demands. The main demand is to have Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Customs and Border Protection stop conducting large-scale immigration roundups in Southern California.
The workers are also urging Congress to approve a pathway to citizenship for farm workers. An estimated 40% of them are in the U.S. illegally. 20 Palestinians were killed today in a stampede at a food distribution site. CBS's Linda Gradstein has more from Jerusalem.
The Israeli and U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation said most of those killed were trampled to death and accused armed elements associated with Hamas of deliberately fomenting the unrest. The Hamas-run health ministry said some of the deaths were caused by tear gas fired by workers at the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
CBS's Michael George reports a new study finds certain exercises help you fight off insomnia.
Research published in the British Medical Journal found yoga, Tai Chi, walking, or jogging all had the biggest benefit to improving sleep quality and reducing insomnia. The study suggests exercise could be an alternative to conventional insomnia treatments like drugs and therapy. Yoga in particular led to nearly 2 extra hours of sleep time.
Wall Street has woken up after a slow start. The Dow's up 122 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber has died. Gerber passed away yesterday at Yale New Haven Hospital, where he had been receiving treatment for a brain tumor. Gerber underwent 2 surgeries after his diagnosis late last month, but this week his family reported that his condition had worsened and he had been moved to the intensive care unit. City and town leaders across Fairfield County are expressing their condolences at Gerber's passing.
Hey, this is Mayor Gannon from City of Bridgeport. I just want to extend my sympathies to Bill's family. I mean, he was a person who carried himself so well. It's hard to be a high-profile elected official and still be is just likable and amenable and as effective as Bill was. Again, my sympathies out to his family from all of us in Bridgeport.
Gerber was 60 years old. The former director of food services for New Canaan Schools has been found guilty of larceny and evidence tampering. Prosecutors say 67-year-old Bruce Gluck of New Milford stole lunch money from the district for more than 15 years before it was discovered what he was doing in 2017. They say Gluck and 2 others stole a total of $478,000 from the district. Gluck will be sentenced in Stamford Superior Court on September 19th. And 3 different New England states are vying to be the home of the Connecticut Sun, the WNBA team that is currently owned by the Mohegan tribe. The tribe has been exploring a potential sale since the spring, and the governors of both Massachusetts and Rhode Island have expressed interest in buying the WNBA franchise. However, Governor Ned Lamont is not giving up that easily. At a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Lamont said the Sun might be staying right where they are.
We have a strong bidder, former owner of an NBA team, very credible proposal on the table to keep the Sun in Connecticut, a lot of it at the People's Bank Arena. We'll see where we stand.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 out of Stamford Greenwich, really not too bad. Some extra company into Fairfield, Southport up by Sherwood Island. Parkway northbound Stamford Greenwich, not all that bad. Westport looks okay. Tree trimming slowing you down, exits 46 to 49 northbound by the mall in Trumbull. Also further north with construction up by the Orange Rest and by the West Rock Tunnel. And construction Route 8 up into Derby and Seymour. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, the name that won't go away, Jeffrey Epstein, the disgrace, now dead financier, sex trafficker, deviant. Everybody is, I guess, agreeing on that. They say he committed suicide several years ago while in a New York City lockup, and now everybody's wondering, well, hey, wait a second here. I thought we were going to get all the info here. Now, frankly, I would like to see it, even if it's going to, I don't know, embarrass people, implicate people in something criminal. Well, too bad. That's too bad. You're SOL. Were we sold a bit of goods early on here, or might there actually be something there? And I know there are people out there that are going to say, oh, Jeffrey Epstein, who cares? He's dead. Well, no. If people were implicated in this thing that should still answer questions, maybe legally, civically, or otherwise, those questions need to be asked here. And it's funny now, you've got this Republican v. Republican and Democrat v. Republican and Republican v. Democrat, all in an issue that a lot of people thought was a red herring and some people thought was everything. And frankly, I don't know what the heck to think. Some of the president's most loyal allies, says here in a CNN story, are still not satisfied with his decision not to release more files from the Jeffrey Epstein case. This is becoming a big old deal here. Should it? I don't know. The Trump team has been trying to shift public attention away from his position on the files, which, even his supporters are saying, well, wait a minute, what are you doing here? House Speaker Mike Johnson yesterday became the highest-ranking Republican to say he, too, wants answers and more details from the investigation, which leads me to wonder, well, who does know what's in these files? Does Pam Bondi know? I guess. Do people in the FBI know? I would guess. Should Congress step in? I don't know. Are you starting to wonder here that maybe, and I'm just throwing this out there, Just tossing this out there for sake of discussion here, because this is starting to get a little greasy here. Is the president's name in those files? Is this a case of, well, oh boy, I better not do this? And I'm not alleging anything here, pro or con, left or right, good or bad. I'm not. But apparently this Epstein guy knew a whole hell of a lot of really influential people, including, I guess, Bill Clinton, including Bill Gates. We all know the Prince Andrew deal of this from the royal family. Well, why don't we just find out who's in there? What's the problem? We're all adults. Yes, counter to what was said in the movie, we can handle the truth. House Speaker Mike Johnson saying, quote, I'm for transparency. He said that in a podcast interview with conservative commentator Benny Johnson. Also, a lot of real MAGA heads out there calling for this stuff to be released. Anna Paulina Luna of Florida, Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, Lauren Boebert of Colorado. Now maybe they say they're going to subpoena the Justice Department out of this. What a mess. What a freaking mess here. They have to be hiding something. Now, whether it has to do with Mr. Trump or other high-ranking officials, whether it's Trump being benevolent here and saying, well, I can't really release these names because it would rock the whole political world, so what? Who cares? Even if Trump's name was directly involved in some of those flights, I don't care. It's got to be out there. Mike Johnson saying again, quote, it's a very delicate subject. We should put everything out there and let the people decide it. You agree with that? I do. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The speaker among the multiple Hill Republicans who said yesterday, Tuesday, they're not happy with the information released so far about Jeffrey Epstein, a convicted sex offender and a disgraced financier, whatever that is. Just release it. Well, Paul, what if it has Trump's name in it? I don't care. Release it. What if this could embarrass people? I don't care. They should have thought about that before cozying up to this guy. Was everybody ignorant about the reputation this guy had? It's nuts. It's ridiculous. Just release it. Well, you know, there could be serious allegations. Yeah, all the more reason why you should release it. And I think Mr. Trump said something about, well, it could involve innocent people. Well, no. If you're innocent, you're innocent. If you're guilty, you're guilty. I don't see any gray area there, Mr. President, sir, with all due respect. Another Republican, right? You got to understand, folks, this is coming from hardcore right-wingers here. Another Republican, Representative Ralph Norman of South Carolina, who voted with Democrats in a committee vote Monday night that would have forced the Justice Department to release more in the case, warned that Trump could be hurt politically if the White House is not more transparent on the issue. Because what did we hear for years and years? Oh, you know, Epstein killed himself. It was Hillary. It was Bill Clinton. It's the deep state. He didn't commit suicide. Okay. So let's find out. Or do you think some stuff like this should not be divulged? So we start off with that today. I'm beside myself about this. You make all these promises. You say, oh, we're going to have bombshell revelations here, and you have nothing. It's up on our Facebook page today, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Is embarrassing information from the Jeffrey Epstein case files being hidden by the White House or by President Trump? Is he trying to keep his chestnuts out of the fire all of a sudden when, the MAGA crowd out there, this is one of the big campaign things. Hey, you can't trust the Democrats because they had Jeffrey Epstein whacked in a federal prison. All right. What do I say all the time? And I'm going to say it on this case, too. Where's the evidence? Show me some evidence. Don't do hearsay. Don't do this insinuation with various heavyweight podcasters. Go ahead and just do it. Give me the evidence. We're big boys and big girls. We can handle this. What do you think? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC is embarrassing information from the Jeffrey Epstein case files being hidden by the White House and or Mr. Trump.
Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
For 135 years, Spectre Furniture on Main Street, Ansonia, has been more than a store. They've been a tradition. Crafted with care and built to last, Spectre's American-made furniture and mattresses blend timeless quality with modern comfort. From generation to generation, Spectre's has furnished homes with warmth and style. Come celebrate 135 years of excellence. Visit Spectre Furniture in Ansonia today, where quality stands the test of time. Main Street, Ansonia. SpectreFurniture.com.
You are listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation, and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at ConnecticutMade.com.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 out of Stamford Greenwich, really not too bad. Some extra company into Fairfield, Southport up by Sherwood Island. Parkway northbound Stamford Greenwich, not all that bad. Westport looks okay. Tree trimming slowing you down, exits 46 to 49 northbound by the mall in Trumbull. Also further north with construction up by the Orange Rest and by the West Rock Tunnel, and construction Route 8 up into Derby and Seymour. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers or thunderstorms. It will be warm and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Live and local talk for the end of the workday. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Live on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net, and so they try and do the Democrats' work.
Well, there's the president earlier today, a few hours ago, saying, well, hey, now hold it here. You know, maybe there is nothing there in the Jeffrey Epstein case. Now, look, I don't mean to laugh here what Mr. Epstein did, that he was convicted of and facing more charges. Serious stuff here, but man, oh man, wow. Holy, just all of a sudden, it's stupid Democrats. Now, there are people, including, who said it the other day? Oh, I just had it on the tip of my tongue. Alan Dershowitz, who is a frequent critic of those criticizing the president on legal grounds. Alan Dershowitz, I think he came out today, and the other day, and he's among the people who are saying, wait a minute, there is no client list for Jeffrey Epstein. Now, wait a minute. Whoa, Professor Dershowitz, that's not what we heard for 2 years or even 3, 4, 5 years since the guy, allegedly committed suicide. So you tell me, kids, what are we supposed to believe here? And is it embarrassing now? Were we sold a bill of goods on this? Wow. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Folks, we'll get to you on the phones just a minute. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So the president trying to flip the script here on something that we heard about incessantly for 2 years. Or in the campaign cycle, and even the 4 or 5 years, whenever it's been since Mr. Epstein took his own life, allegedly, and I have to say allegedly, because some people think, well, it wasn't what we were told. I don't know. But now you've got a lot of high-ranking Republicans, many of whom were and are close associates of the White House here, saying, hey, wait a minute, were we sold a bill of goods here? Now, a lot of people said, yeah, you were. It was a bill of goods. Man, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Either way is either side here, either, what's the word I'm looking for? Either outcome here is, somewhat intriguing, that there are people on this list who don't want their names out there still, whatever that list means. And then on the other side, there may be nothing about this. But good God. Folks, we'll get to the phones in just a second here. We've had some IT upgrades here at the station over the past few hours, so we're still working on those as we speak. Sam in Shelton, hang on, you'll be first here. But again, what do you think, folks? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. Is this a whole bill of goods here? Was the American public sold a bill of goods here that in the end is going to turn out to be nothing? Now, if it turns out to be nothing, see, here are the two extremes here. If it turns out to be nothing, well, in a way that's good because, listen, it means that some high-ranking folks that we thought may have been involved in this aren't or weren't, and that's good. You don't want people to be involved with a guy, of course, like Jeffrey Epstein here. But on the other side, what about if you did have these people involved here? And what if the names come out, maybe not just of people here in the U.S., but people all over the world? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. We have a text here. Hey, Paul, Epstein was connected to the Mossad. That's the Israeli Secret Service. Do some real research. This is the person that texts me all the time and or tells me to do real research on what's going on with this story. Information beyond the narrative is available. Maybe I'll be surprised. All right, maybe I will. Okay, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Chris, could we see? Oh, that call went. Okay, traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 out of Stamford Greenwich, really not too bad. Some extra company into Fairfield, Southport up by Sherwood Island. Parkway northbound Stamford Greenwich, not all that bad. Westport looks okay. Tree trimming slowing you down, exits 46 to 49 northbound by the mall in Trumbull. Also further north with construction up by the Orange Rest and by the West Rock Tunnel. And construction Route 8 up into Derby and Seymour. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hey, Bridgeport small business owners. You can apply for a $5,000 grant from Optimum Business and the Bridgeport Regional Business Council. The Lifting Up Bridgeport Small Businesses Grant Program is awarding 25 businesses $5,000 grants to develop their business technology and support their success. And your business can be one of them. But hurry, the application deadline is August 15th. To see grant program requirements and apply today, visit optimum.com/business/Bridgeport. Terms apply.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Okay, before we go to news here, Kim in Stratford. Kim, good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's going on?
I think Donald Trump wanted to find out if his name was on the list.
Yeah.
Him and his friends. Now that he found out that it is, now it's not important that it be publicized.
Could be. I mean, he could be trying to save his own bacon. I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know, Kim. I don't know.
That's my perspective of it. I could be wrong, but sounds a little fishy to me.
You know what, Kim? We could all be wrong.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Thanks, Kim. I appreciate it. And how about, and you know what? We could all be just victims of a hoax here, as some people are saying. I got to pull that up on the break here, Will. I think it was Alan Dershowitz who said, "Hey, wait a minute. Everybody calm down. There is no list."
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump says he is not close to firing Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, though he asked some House Republicans about it last night.
I talked about the concept of firing him. I said, what do you think? Almost every one of them said I should. But I'm more conservative than they are.
Police have arrested a suspect in the shooting deaths of former American Idol executive Robin Kay and her husband in their Los Angeles home. LAPD Lieutenant Guy Golan.
Homicide investigators, with the assistance of LAPD's Gang and Narcotics Division, FBI Fugitive Task Force, took that suspect into custody without incident.
Police believe the shooter had broken into the home and was surprised by the couple when they came home. Some California farm workers have gone on strike calling for an end to immigration raids.
For too long, we have sacrificed our health, our youth, our family, all without the basic retentions of citizenship.
They're also calling for a pathway to citizenship for farm workers. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber has died. Gerber passed away yesterday at Yale New Haven Hospital, where he had been receiving treatment for a brain tumor. Gerber underwent 2 surgeries after his diagnosis late last month, but this week his family reported that his condition had worsened and he had been moved to the intensive care unit. City and town leaders across Fairfield County are expressing their condolences at Gerber's passing.
I'm Jen Tooker, and I am the first select woman of Westport. He has been a wonderful public servant, but most importantly, a wonderful human. My heart goes out to his family and to his friends and to the town of Fairfield and to his neighbors. We firmly believe and know that Bill was an incredible human being.
Gerber was 60 years old. A Norwalk police officer is on leave after being arrested on domestic violence-related charges. Stamford police say 29-year-old Lillian Martinez was arrested on July 4th on 2 counts of breach of peace. Martinez was arraigned yesterday in Stamford Superior Court and was ordered not to have any contact with the alleged victim, who was her former girlfriend. Martinez has been placed on paid administrative leave by Norwalk police over the incident. The office of the state's attorney and local police are investigating a clash between an off-duty state trooper and a self-identified First Amendment auditor. YouTuber Sean Paul Reyes says he and a photographer went to the home of Connecticut State Police Sergeant Brian Fahey on Friday. They drove a mobile billboard which was playing video from a previous confrontation between the two of them. Reyes says he knocked on Fahey's door and was told to leave before Fahey came out carrying a gun at his side.
You are right now. You spit in my face. My property. You're right going to jail now.
Police were called, and Reyes and the other man were arrested for criminal trespass. Reyes disputed the charges in a conversation with WFSB Channel 3.
These are baseless charges, and the real criminal should be arrested and charged.
A Bridgeport man is sentenced to spend 40 years in prison for the killing of his cellmate at the jail in the city last year. Cecil Mills previously pleaded guilty to murder and other charges and was sentenced yesterday in Bridgeport Superior Court. Prosecutors say Mills strangled 43-year-old Stephen Bailey to death at the Bridgeport Correctional Center while the suspect was awaiting trial for robbery and sexual assault. A plea deal calls for Mills to serve a 40-year prison sentence, followed by 10 years of special parole. A 5-year-old boy who had been missing at Indian Wells State Park in Shelton was later found unresponsive in the water. The boy apparently entered the water at the boat launch yesterday afternoon and was spotted in distress by a witness. Emergency crews rushed to the scene and removed the child from the water, then began life-saving measures. The boy was rushed to Griffin Hospital in Derby and was reportedly showing positive signs last night. West Hartford is planning to install 15 speed enforcement cameras around town in an effort to make the roads safer. A public meeting is scheduled for July 30th for a discussion about the planned locations of the cameras. West Hartford applied for a federal grant to help pay for the speed camera program, and it appears that money is now headed to the town for the effort. The public meeting July 30th is at 6 p.m. at Town Hall. South Windsor Democratic State Senator Soad Anwar is blaming Governor Ned Lamont for some of the lives lost to the opioid epidemic. Anwar says Lamont pushed lawmakers to remove a provision from a bill that would have established overdose prevention centers across Connecticut.
I want to get people off of drugs, and we've made a big effort there. We're having some success. There's less fentanyl deaths today than there were 2 or 3 years ago, so we're making progress. So I do have some worry about the perception again of safe injection sites in our major municipalities.
The senator says that since the clause was removed May 29th, there have been close to 800 death overdoses in the state, including more than 80 deaths. Anwar is a medical doctor, and he says the governor's decision has led to needless deaths. And Avelo Airlines is shutting down its West Coast operations. The discount airline indicates that the shutdown of its Western network by the end of the year will have no impact on New Haven operations. Avelo also reports that the change will result in 3 additional planes being relocated to New Haven, helping their East Coast operations. The group Coalition to Stop Avelo, that was formed to protest the company handling deportation flights for ICE, says this is another sign Avelo is poorly financed and managed. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound delays in Trumbull up by the mall. That's tree trimming that should clear around 3 o'clock. Right now, it's about 15 minutes to get through there from exit 47 to 49. 8 and 25 connector southbound busy into the 95 merge. New Haven County very heavy into the West Rock Tunnel. We have construction both directions on the Parkway. Stamford Greenwich southbound on the Parkway right around exit 35, 33. Construction delays busy in Stamford on 95. Patchy volume 95 north into Westport and Southport. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers or thunderstorms. It will be warm and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, who's lying here? Somebody has to be lying. Somebody has got to be zooming somebody else. Remember that song there, I guess late 80s or early 90s by the late, great Aretha Franklin? Who's zooming who? Right? Come on, baby. Say, who's zooming who here? I'm talking about the Jeffrey Epstein situation. You've been hearing about it all day here on WICC. We have other big stories we'll get to as well, including, surprisingly, somebody illegal in the country committing a nasty crime. We'll get to that momentarily. But this Jeffrey Epstein thing here, half of us, I shouldn't say half of us, a good chunk of the country is being lied to. Because that's the only way you can figure it out, right? Look, Jeffrey Epstein was in a lockup in New York. He committed suicide, and leading up to what he was going to face, I guess, with federal charges there, people were like, oh, man, he's got a list. He's got a list. Bill Clinton's on the list. Donald Trump's on the list. Prince Andrew's on the list. The royal family's on the list. This guy's on the list. That girl's on the list. Oh, he's gonna get away scot-free here. Ghislaine Maxwell, she's in the lockup and she's gonna keep her mouth shut. Oh man, it's all we heard about for months and years. There was always that. Well, it's the Epstein list. And now all of a sudden the president does not want, or I guess reversed himself again and said, well, it's up to Pam Bondi. And Pam Bondi, who earlier told a lot of media outlets saying, hey, I have the files on my desk. I'm going to decide what to release. Oh, screw it. Just release the whole thing. Well, there could be some really bad things in there, Paul. Yeah, so who's getting lied to here? Is the American public getting lied to? Was the voting public lied? Or is there honesty here? Where, yeah, some of these files might be pretty bad, and people really do honestly think, hey, we can't release this. This ain't good. Now, remember, Alan Dershowitz was one of Jeffrey Epstein's lawyers, and he said there is no list. Claims, he said, of a client list are false. He wrote an opinion piece for the Wall Street Journal. Dershowitz said he knows the facts and wanted to make several important things clear about what's going on. He said Epstein never created a client list. The FBI interviewed alleged victims who named several clients. The names have been redacted. He also said, Dershowitz said, hey, we don't know whether any of these accusations are true. And he said, and now this is a little bit of a caveat in there, inserted by Alan Dershowitz. What he said he can say is the names that were supposedly given to federal prosecutors or federal officials during this whole thing, quote, don't include any current office holders. Right? Dershowitz also dismissed the existence of incriminating videos taken by hidden cameras in guest bedrooms at Epstein's home. He said, quote, there are videotapes, but they're tapes of public areas of his Palm Beach home. The cameras were installed by the police after Epstein reported that money and a gun had been stolen from a drawer in the living room. And all right, I don't want to get too deeply into this, but there's one or two things going on here. Either there's really some really pretty incriminating stuff here, or there's nothing. That's what I think. And I say, just screw it all, release it all. Well, that could embarrass some people. Well, yeah, yeah, maybe it will. Maybe it will be embarrassing. But I have always been of the put it all out there. If there's anything there, if there's even anything there. But my God, we're wrapping ourselves in knots about this other ancillary stuff here that, okay, maybe isn't as important. I don't know. But it's amazing that all we heard about for years and years and on the campaign trails, there's promises, I'm going to win. And we hear these about the RFK files. We hear these about, we hear the same nonsense about the JFK files. If you think that they've released everything about those assassinations, I'm sorry, they just haven't. So what are your thoughts here? And I asked the question, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Is embarrassing information from the Jeffrey Epstein case files, is it being hidden by the White House or by President Trump? What do you think? Or is this much really ado about nothing?
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 with a few heavier pockets out of Stamford, Darien. Still heavy up by Sherwood Island into Westport. We'll call it exits on 19 up to 22. Parkway starting to pick up the construction, the tree trimming by the mall in Trumbull. Still a little bit heavy, but getting better. Heading north on Route 8, you'll find those delays by the bridge in Seymour. That construction still working. Still construction, New Haven County by the West Rock Tunnel, and 84 East delays into Newtown. Traffic brought to you by Abriola Parkview Funeral Home, a trusted pillar of compassion in our community. Secure your peace of mind with a free pre-planning consultation at abriola.com. Your peace of mind starts here. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back and live on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So what are we to make of this Jeffrey Epstein thing? Now the president's saying, well, you know, good Republicans, 2 or 3 got duped by Democrats. Democrats are calling on the White House to release the files. Republicans are too. Even the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, pretty high up guy there in D.C., and them their parts saying, hey, just release everything we have on it. I don't know. Could embarrass some people, but man, oh man, this thing is. You talk about devolving into a big blob of yikes. Hank in Stratford's with us. Hello, Hank. How are you, sir?
Hi, it's Tank, T-A-N-K.
Oh, Tank. I'm sorry, Hank. Tank. Yes, that was me. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No big deal. I just wanted to say it's you hit the nail on the head when you said a lot of the JFK, the RFK, all these conspiracy things. We're probably never going to see the truth, even though they claim they've released a lot of stuff. So that's like a segue into.
Yeah.
So there is somebody, in my belief, who happens to be in jail right now, who I'm sure knows everything.
Oh, Ghislaine Maxwell.
And I'm guessing that if she just suddenly gets a get-out-of-jail-free card, that people should pay attention.
You think so, huh? You think, well, you know, I guess, Tank, you know, she might know. I mean, she seemed to be his right-hand person, right?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'm sure she's, you know, quote, in bed with him. No, not literally, but
yeah. But hey, you know what, Tank? Maybe how about or what about the other end of this? How about if everybody was sold a bill of goods on this and there was really nothing there? Now he was convicted of some serious stuff, but maybe everything that people thought that was there might not have been. Did you ever think of that?
Well, of course, there. One side is lying and one side is not. Yet, as you said, you know, somebody's lying. Who's zooming whom? You know, we don't know.
Yeah. Tank, thank you, my friend. Appreciate it there. Careful on the roads. Tank in Stratford. All right. But that's what the base said. And to me, and I'm a pretty simple guy, the way I try and think and look at stuff, to me, it's like, well, you know, one side was sold some sort of bill of goods here that, oh, this is going to shake the foundation. And then the other side kept saying, well, no, there's nothing really there. There's nothing there. And now the president's saying, well, it was some gullible Republicans who were forced into this by Democrats. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Got a couple of folks responding here on our Facebook page, facebook.com/voice of CT. Epstein was ushered out of one of those many side doors at the Correction Center in New York. Some guy wrote, yeah, because Slow Joe and the Dems would have let that info slip to win the election. Ha, ha, ha. And Mark writes in, move on with the pettiness. Dems had the files for Biden's entire team. If Trump was on there, it would have come out. Seriously. Now, that's, I don't know, just a simpleton like me saying, you know, you would think that maybe if it, but here's the other thing you have to look at. And I was talking about this today with somebody here at Beautiful Connoisseur in Milford. We were discussing this, and somebody said to me, hey, do you think there could be, and whether it's D's versus R's or R's versus D's, could one side have said, yeah, we can really drop the hammer on these people, quote unquote, but the collateral damage would be too much? You see what I'm saying here? Because everyone is saying, well, you know, if there was anything on it against Trump, I'm sure Joe Biden would have dropped it. Really? You think so? Or, as the other side was looking air chops, boy, wait till Trump gets in there. He's going to drop these files and Bill and Hillary are going to be implicated. Well, maybe. And didn't Trump say this with the last batch of JFK files, too? I know he's said it about some cases here. It may have been this one, too, where he said, well, we don't want to let innocent people get injured by this. And when I heard him say that, I think he said that a week or so ago, saying that, well, when you have cases like this, there's always people who may get, you know, banged around to the public by this or whatever, so maybe that's not how or why we do it. So, you know, there's a scenario right there as well. So the point is, simply the point I'm trying to make, do you think, whether it's one side or the other, whether it's Democrats in the big chair or Republicans in the big chair, I'm sure there are times when, even though people would love to do it for vengeance and for the blood sport of politics, I'm guessing there are people that just stand around saying, nah, this is good. Nah, the cleanup on this is going to be too bad. Like, we can't do this. Now, I'm not saying that's involved here, but look at all the times that we have been supposedly, and again, nobody really knows because, as Tank, our last caller, said, you know, as he said, and a lot of other people say, well, you know, maybe I'm sure there are details in these things that people say, no, this can never come out, because you may have stuff that in the case of assassinations, you'd have to rewrite history books. Think about that. Or maybe even this case. I mean, look at how we still get revelations about, and you can pick out any administration, but JFK, oh my God, even to this day, Bobby Kennedy and JF Kennedy and Ted Kennedy, the stuff that still comes out. There's 1 or 2 or 3 new books written every year about the backroom stuff with the Kennedys and the family and the old man Joe and Teddy and Jack and Bobby Sr. And that's stuff that we all think we know about. Can you imagine the stuff that may have happened or maybe did happen, where people are sitting there saying, no, can't. Yeah, well, but they want the information. Yeah, but we can't. Because then you're rewriting textbooks for the next 10 years. So you tell me what you think. Is somebody getting zoomed here like the old song goes, who's zooming who? 203-333-9422. Is embarrassing information from the Jeffrey Epstein case files being hidden on purpose by the White House of President Trump? Or maybe, just maybe, as Alan Dershowitz, one of Mr. Epstein's lawyers, before Mr. Epstein ostensibly killed himself, or as Alan Dershowitz says, well, no, there's really nothing there.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays continue into Seymour, northbound Route 8 into the bridge. That construction running a little bit late. Also, the construction southbound Wilbur Cross by the West Rock Tunnel. 95, a little bit busy out of Stamford. A heavy wave getting on to Westport, Southport now. Patchy volume, lower part of the Parkway, Stamford to Norwalk. It looks like they picked up the construction. Still heavy, though, into Trumbull. Eastbound 84, jam pretty heavy through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers or thunderstorms. It will be warm and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash, and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
$25,000 could be yours.
Catch the heaviest bluefish and walk away with the cash.
The Surfside Hotel greatest bluefish tournament on earth happening August 23rd and 24th all over Long Island Sound. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or area bait and tackle shops.
$40,000 in total prizes just for doing what you already love, fishing.
Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Bluefish Tournament, and we'll see you on the Sound.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Okay, we'll get back to this topic a little bit later on, but give it some thought and let me know what you think. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We'll step back for the news now and traffic and weather together, but just kind of wondering here, and believe me, I've been following this as much as the next person has, but man, oh man, could this be just a bunch of a steaming pile of bull? I mean, really garden fresh kind of piping hot manure that's good for growing them big tomatoes and cucumbers and and lettuce and all that. What I'm talking about is all this buzz that there was some sort of incriminating Jeffrey Epstein client list, and his one of his former attorneys, Alan Dershowitz, saying no, there really was no list. There were just names given to investigators by people they investigated. Or is he just covering for one of his old clients? Now, the president, you'll probably hear it again, top of the hour news. You've heard it all day, top and bottom of the hour, right here on WICC, is saying, well, no, there were a lot of good Republicans that got duped, he says, by Democrats. And now you have Democrats and Republicans together, voting together, saying, hey, no, release everything. Just whatever you know about Jeffrey Epstein, the financier who at the same time was trafficking people for sex crimes and all that, horrible guy, allegedly killed himself in a New York City lockup before more trial proceedings. Just release everything. So I ask you, Facebook.com/Voice of CT, a question that you have to ask yourself. Even if you're a big Republican, even if you're a Trump supporter, even if you wear your proud MAGA red hat, is embarrassing info from the Epstein case files being hidden by the White House or the president or maybe the Attorney General Pam Bondi?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. President Trump is again attacking Jerome Powell, but says it's highly unlikely he will fire the Fed chairman.
He's always been too late, hence his nickname, Too Late. He should have cut interest rates a long time ago. Europe has cut them 10 times in the short period of time, and we cut them none.
CBS's Ed O'Keefe says Trump was leaning towards canning Powell just hours ago.
In a meeting with House Republican lawmakers last night here at the White House, the president floated the possibility of doing so and seemed to infer that he was planning on trying to remove Powell pretty soon.
Not all Republicans want Powell gone. Here's North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis.
Look, I've had problems with Chair Powell. But at the end of the day, I respect him and I respect the independence of the Fed.
Tillis has announced he will not run for re-election after breaking with President Trump and voting against his big tax and spending bill earlier this month. Federal law says the Fed chair can only be dismissed for cause. The president is again blasting his own supporters who are demanding the release of all the files pertaining to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Attorney General Pam Bondi has sparked criticism with her statements about whether there's a client list in the Jeffrey Epstein case. Bondi's statements essentially signaled the case is closed, and that has sparked backlash, even from some Republicans. President Trump first blames Democrats.
It's started by Democrats.
Then he widens the blame.
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net.
The president added the Attorney General can release, as he put it, whatever's credible. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
The cause of Sunday's deadly fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts is still unknown, but Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon is sure it was accidental. He says the first units on the scene faced tough choices.
A chaotic scene. They describe seeing faces in windows, and having to decide who they need to rescue.
9 people were killed. It was the deadliest fire in Massachusetts in 41 years. 6 firefighters were injured. A key party is leaving Israel's government.
The ultra-Orthodox Shas party says it's quitting Prime Minister Netanyahu's government. Shas has been pushing the coalition government to bring in a bill to grant wide military draft exemptions to its constituents. A second ultra-Orthodox party quit yesterday over the same issue. This leaves Netanyahu weakened but not threatened, as Shas said it won't try to topple the now minority government. Elaine Cobb, CBS News.
Stocks finished the day higher. The Dow up more than 200 points. NASDAQ up 47. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield 1st Selectman Bill Gerber has died. Gerber passed away yesterday at Yale New Haven Hospital, where he had been receiving treatment for a brain tumor. Gerber underwent 2 surgeries after his diagnosis late last month, but this week his family reported that his condition had worsened and he had been moved to the intensive care unit. City and town leaders across Fairfield County are expressing their condolences at Gerber's passing.
Hi, this is John Zagrodzky, and I'm the 1st Selectman for the town of Darien.
I just wanted to offer my sincere condolences to the family of Bill Gerber. We were all shocked to learn today of his untimely death. He was a dedicated public servant in Fairfield. On behalf of the town of Darien, I did want to extend my condolences to everyone involved. Rest in peace, Bill.
Gerber was 60 years old. A Norwalk police officer is on leave after having been arrested on domestic violence-related charges. Stamford police say 29-year-old Lillian Martinez was arrested on July 4th on 2 counts of breach of peace. Martinez was arraigned yesterday in Stamford Superior Court and was ordered not to have any contact with the alleged victim, who is her former girlfriend. Martinez has been placed on paid administrative leave by Norwalk police over the arrest. A 5-year-old boy who had been missing at Indian Wells State Park in Shelton was later found unresponsive in the water. The boy apparently entered the water at the boat launch yesterday afternoon and was spotted in distress by a witness. Emergency crews rushed to the scene and removed the child from the water, then began life-saving measures. The boy was rushed to Griffin Hospital in Derby and was reportedly showing positive signs last night. And 3 different New England states are vying to be the home of the Connecticut Sun, the WNBA team that is currently owned by the Mohegan tribe. The tribe has been exploring a potential sale since the spring, and the governors of both Massachusetts and Rhode Island have expressed interest in buying the WNBA franchise. However, Governor Ned Lamont is not giving up that easily. At a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Lamont said the Sun might be staying right where they are.
We have a strong bidder, former owner of an NBA team, very credible proposal on the table to keep the Sun in Connecticut, a lot of it at the People's Bank Arena. We'll see where we stand.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 on the slower side out of Stamford Greenwich. Still a pretty heavy ride right around Sherwood Island. It's about 40 minutes to go from Norwalk to Bridgeport. Parkway, not too bad. Norwalk getting up into Trumbull. Looks like they picked up the construction exits 48 to 49. Not so on Route 8. Still very heavy up into the bridge in Seymour with that road work. It's up on Wilbur Cross by the West Rock Tunnel. That work is cleared. New Haven County southbound 95 heavy in through Long Wharf into West Haven. And still delays eastbound 84 into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Release it all. I don't care who's on the list, good, bad, ugly, otherwise, Democrat, Republican, young, old. Just release the whole freaking thing with this Jeffrey Epstein thing. Oh, my God. Enough. First, it was Democrats blaming Republicans, and then Republicans blaming Democrats, and now the president, Mr. Trump, is blaming Democrats for suckering in some Republicans. Oh, my God. Just release it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Maybe there was no Jeffrey Epstein list. Maybe there was no Jeffrey Epstein list. Maybe Alan Dershowitz is right. Now, again, we're talking about a former client of his. He obviously got paid. Maybe there wasn't. Or maybe there is a really bad list. Maybe Pam Bondi got a phone call from, I don't know, Mr. Trump, and said, you can't release this? I don't know. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh in any way, shape, or form of the things that the late Mr. Epstein did and was accused of doing. I'm just chuckling at the way this stuff turns on a dime, not even on a dime, on a pencil point here. Oh, my God. Republicans, they were salivating, they were licking their chops. Oh, Pam Bondi, she told Fox News, I've got the files right on my desk, and I'm gonna release them. Then all of a sudden, it's never mind. Really, never mind. And then Mr. Trump on the campaign trail, I guess, and a lot of his MAGA minions there saying, well, we're going to release this thing. Oh, boy, who's on it? Is it Bill Clinton? Oh, is it Joe Biden and his people? No, we can't do that. Oh, man. Maybe Jack Nicholson's character there in A Few Good Men? What was that famous line? You can handle the truth. Man, oh, man. Great movie, by the way. That courtroom scene with Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson and about 5 or 6 Demi Moore. Go back and watch that. It is about 8 minutes. It's on YouTube. You can access it. That court scene, that one-on-one between Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson, that's about 8 minutes of some of the greatest acting in the history of American movies. Classic. All right, what do you think here? The Democrats lying to the Republicans, or the Republicans lying to the Democrats? Was Trump lying during the campaign? Were the Democrats lying during the campaign? Does anybody care? Should we release it all? And please, I'm not trying to be flip here. What Jeffrey Epstein did, they weren't property crimes. This wasn't robbing a bank. This wasn't securities fraud. No, this was some pretty awful stuff. But again, if politicians on both sides fall into the trap here, then release it. I'm looking at the lower third here on CNN. Trump says foolish Republicans fell into the net regarding Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know. Al kicks us off this half hour in Bridgeport. Al, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Paul. It's a pleasure speaking with you.
Thanks, Al. What's up? What's on your mind?
So I'm all over the place with this. I find it, I'm an independent.
Yeah.
And I've never voted for Mr. Trump. I've never voted for the other party.
Okay.
For these past elections. So I find it incredibly that our country, the best we can do is the folks we got. But it is what it is. That being said, I don't understand how such a savvy person that Mr. Trump is, that he doesn't realize that this is a big deal and this isn't something he could just wash away. And, he's blaming the Democrats. I'd argue that the Democrats are at fault that they never brought this up the last 4 years. This is just really coming to a head now, and that's because of Bondi. Let's go back and see the podcast from the FBI director, Kash Patel. Those folks made a living off of this.
Oh, my God. Yeah. I mean, all we heard, Al, for months and a couple of years, just wait. If we get in there, those Jeffrey Epstein files, okay.
Right. And so it fascinates me that, now there may not be a list, okay? But, the girls, all those girls, they didn't get raped by themselves. So there is a list at the very least of people that did some bad things. So that may not be a list that Jeffrey Epstein has got, let's say, to blackmail folks.
Yeah.
But to say that there's not a list of individuals that did some bad things is a little bit insulting.
And if you remember, Al, and you can look this up, because I remember about 2 or 3 years ago, again, Al, when this thing kept percolating, it wouldn't go away, somebody came up with a passenger manifest of certain people, which by FAA law had to be listed, that were on Epstein's private jet. And at the time they said Bill Clinton and Bill Gates and Donald Trump and a few people. So there is stuff put down on paper somewhere. Now, what went on that jet, maybe nothing, maybe everything, maybe something in between. But you're right, Al. We heard about this for years and years and years. And now they want us to believe, well, it doesn't exist. Or maybe we got suckered, Al. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe we got suckered.
And it is, and I'll give the president credit. To be fair, he never really pushed this too much. He didn't necessarily unpush it, but he never really pushed it. There's really been folks around him. But I just think that him just trying to whitewash it and him just telling us to look away, and more importantly, telling us that this is a boring story. Oh my goodness, Mr. President, it is not by any means boring.
I know, Al. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate the
You're
call.
welcome. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Al. Good to hear from you, Al in Bridgeport. Yeah. Yeah, and what did he say now? Oh, my God. He said either yesterday or today, he said, well, Pam Bondi can release anything she wants that she deems as credible or noteworthy or something. So he left himself a little wiggle room there. And I don't know. Donald Trump may be as guilty as sin on this thing, or it could be as pure as the driven snow. We don't know. We don't know. Again, one of Epstein's lawyers there, Alan Dershowitz, says, well, no, there was never any list per se. He's saying that, some of the people, I guess the girls that may have worked with and for Epstein, they gave federal investigators names. And Lord knows there are pictures of Epstein, I guess, with Bill Clinton, with Bill Trump, with Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. But it's weird. And I was talking about this with somebody here today, a connoisseur. We were talking about this before I went on today. And it's weird that we didn't really hear. Now think about this. We didn't really hear about the real uber criminal and salacious truths and accusations about Jeffrey Epstein until, wait, hold on. Let me start that again. We didn't really hear about what Jeffrey Epstein did until we heard about the criminal, the accusatory stuff, the borderline sleazy accusations came up. In other words, who was Jeff? He was a guy that, even though he apparently was a financier, I love that, to the rich and the famous, you never heard about the guy. And we only started hearing about the guy when, the really bad stuff started to come through. I mean, nobody ever, there are just too many weird things about this whole story.
Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton presents Sister Act, July 18th through the 27th. Join disco diva Dolores Van Cartier as she's placed in protective custody, disguised as a nun, where she transforms the choir of the Holy Order of the Little Sisters of Our Mother of Perpetual Faith. A heartwarming story of friendship and self-discovery with sounds of disco, soul, and gospel. This musical features the talent of performers ages 14 to 23. For tickets, visit centerstageshelton.org. Center Stage in Shelton. High-quality entertainment close to home.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident on the southbound 8 and 25 connector right where Route 8 merges with the connector there. Looks like 3 left lanes are taken out with it. Northbound on 95, a little bit busy. Stamford, Darien, a heavy wave into Westport. It's 40 minutes. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Parkway, lower part of the county on the busier side around the New Canaan Rest. A little bit heavy into Trumbull. The construction, those clear by exits 48, 49. Construction cleared Route 8 northbound into Seymour. Traffic brought to you by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliasson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers or thunderstorms. It will be warm and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's got a lot to say, and he's gonna say it. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422. So what do you think? Somebody's getting lied to here in this whole Jeffrey Epstein thing. I mean, there's no halfway here. Somebody got lied to. And, even during the run-up to the campaign, when the MAGA movement was in gear again, I kept seeing all these stories on all the cable channels, on Fox and MSNBC and CNN and Newsmax and even, places like News Nation. I said, well, this Epstein list, boy, this is gonna shake the foundations of government. No, it's not. Come on. This sort of stuff's been happening for years and years. I'm not to minimize it here. But again, there's only one or two things that happen here. Either a lot of Democrats took the bait or a lot of Republicans took the bait. You had a lot of Democrats saying, oh, boy, yeah, we need to see this Epstein list because Trump's name may be on it. Oh, look at all the right-wingers that could be on there. And then you had Republicans saying that a lot of influencers, a lot of people that can't get a broadcast job, so they have a podcast and say, well, they're trying to hide it because Bill Clinton's on there. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching all these people going, yeah, really? You don't think this would have come out? Come on, please. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But it's okay to ask the question, do you think the White House is purposely holding back on this? And again, understand, not necessarily to protect the president and the current bunch in there, but as I mentioned earlier, don't you have scenarios here where both sides can say, this is pretty bad. I mean, yeah, we could nail some people on the other side, but nah, this would just cause too much damage. Or is it nothing? Because I do believe there have been times in U.S. history where far more political damage could have been done by one side to another side. They went, no, we know people on the other side. We may differ on policy, but we're all kind of up here together. Remember, you've got D's and R's who go out to dinner with each other. They play golf with each other. It's not the grand battle everybody on this end of the microphone thinks it is. Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, good afternoon. How are you? What's up?
Reverend Paul,
yeah.
I think you're right. This Jeffrey Epstein stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the things, because Bill Clinton's name keeps coming
Sure,
up,
you hear about him all the time, right?
and they don't want to smear him because he's really the last middle-of-the-road Democrat that was out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was the Clinton people that were afraid. So, because you got to think about it. You got Whitewater, you got Jim McDougal, who died the night before he was supposed to testify.
Foster, remember that guy Foster? They found him rolled up in a rug.
Foster, committed suicide in the park with 2 different caliber weapons, and the .22 was in the back of the head. So that was interesting.
And you remember, too, Bob, there was supposedly that little area. Now, again, well, we don't want to get, for folks listening going, what is this overnight radio? No. But again, Bob, it's interesting. You mentioned the Clintons and even into the Bushes where there were always those accusations, Bob. You probably remember this, the airstrip in Mena, Arkansas.
They were flying drugs in there, for sure.
Yeah. So I think...
but think about it.
Yeah.
What they wanted to do was save the bears, deport the illegals, and fly a Velo out of Tweed, New Haven.
Well, pretty soon you won't be able to, thank you, Bob, you won't be able to fly a Velo out of the West Coast anymore. Did you see that, by the way? And apparently Avello says now it's not going to affect East Coast operations. In fact, they may relocate a couple of planes to Tweed. So how about that? Yeah, folks, maybe there is something in those Epstein files, whatever those files are. But, sometimes you just play nice, as my people like to say, as we head to news.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident still working southbound on Route 8, right where the 8 and 25 connector meet. Looking at about a mile of delay behind that. 40 minutes to go. Norwalk to Bridgeport, northbound 95 jam pretty heavy up by Sherwood Island. Further south, you have delays through Stamford. Parkway starting to build by the Duquesne Arrest, and then we'll call it about 35 minutes from Route 7 up to Route 8. Not too bad, Route 8 into the valley. 95 still heavy out of Long Wharf into West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Friday, July 18th, it's Blues Traveler, Gin Blossoms, The Spin Doctors, all at Toyota Oakdale Theater. Friday, July 25th, it's Rod Stewart, and Saturday, July 26th, Big Time Rush, both at Mohegan Sun. Wednesday, July 30th, Toto, Christopher Cross, and Men at Work are at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Saturday, August 2nd, it's Nelly at Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Friday, August 8th, you've got a choice, Goo Goo Dolls and Dashboard Confessional at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater, and Aloe Black is playing Ridgefield Playhouse. Saturday, August 9th, it's Hanson on the Mohegan Sun patio, and Thursday, August 14th, Toad the Wet Sprocket, KT Tunstall, and Sixpence None the Richer are at Westville Music Bowl. Sunday, August 17th, it's Dasha on the Mohegan Sun patio.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Woohoo! Hear that? That's what having fewer hot flashes and night sweats can sound like. Veoza is the #1 prescribed hormone-free treatment FDA approved for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, also known as hot flashes and night sweats due to menopause. Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
This This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. After telling some House Republicans last night he was leaning towards firing Fed Chair Jerome Powell, President Trump now says that's highly unlikely.
He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him.
Forecasters are watching a cluster of thunderstorms moving across Florida. Jack Bevins at the National Hurricane Center says they could become better organized once they get out over the Gulf.
Everywhere from the Florida Panhandle through southern and central Louisiana could get locally heavy rain over the next few days.
In Massachusetts, Fall River Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon updated the investigation into Sunday night's fire at an assisted living facility where 9 people were killed.
I'm comfortable saying that it's an accidental fire. There's nothing intentional about this fire.
Bacon choked back tears as he described how firefighters saw people screaming from their windows and had to choose who to save. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Condolences to the family of Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber. Tributes pouring in from all across the state. Gerber passed yesterday at Yale New Haven Hospital, where he had been receiving treatment for a brain tumor. Gerber underwent 2 surgeries after his diagnosis late last month, but this week his family reported that his condition had worsened and he had been moved to the intensive care unit. City and town leaders across Fairfield expressing condolences at Gerber's passing.
This is David Bindleglass, the first selectman of the town of Easton. When he approached me one day and told me he was interested in running for first selectman in Fairfield, and asked me what I thought and if he could pick my brain for a little bit. And I've gotten to know him fairly well since that time. His family is in our thoughts and prayers.
Gerber was 60 years old. A Bridgeport man is sentenced to spend 40 years in prison for the killing of his cellmate at the jail in the city last year. Cecil Mills previously pleaded guilty to murder and other charges and was sentenced yesterday in Bridgeport Superior Court. Prosecutors say Mills strangled 43-year-old Stephen Bailey to death at the Bridgeport Correctional Center while the suspect was awaiting trial for robbery and sexual assault. A plea deal calls for Mills to serve a 48-year prison sentence, followed by 10 years of special parole. The former director of food services for New Canaan schools has been found guilty of larceny and evidence tampering. Prosecutors say 67-year-old Bruce Gluck of New Milford stole lunch money from the district for more than 15 years before the thefts were uncovered in 2017. They say Gluck and 2 others stole a total of $478,000 from the district. Gluck will be sentenced in Stamford Superior Court on September 19th. Avelo Airlines is shutting down its West Coast operations. The discount airline indicates that the shutdown of its Western network by the end of the year will have no impact on New Haven operations. Avelo also reports that the change will result in 3 additional planes being relocated to New Haven, helping their East Coast operations. The group Coalition to Stop Avelo, that was formed to protest the company handling deportation flights for ICE, says this is another sign Avelo is poorly financed and managed. The office of the state's attorney and local police are investigating a clash between an off-duty state trooper and a self-identified First Amendment auditor. YouTuber Sean Paul Reyes says he and a photographer went to the home of Connecticut State Police Sergeant Brian Fahey on Friday. They drove a mobile billboard, which was playing video from a previous confrontation between the two of them. Reyes says he knocked on Fahey's door and was told to leave before Fahey came out carrying a gun at his side.
You are right now. You spit in my face. My property. You're going to jail now.
Police were called, and Reyes and the other man were arrested for criminal trespass. Reyes disputed the charges in a conversation with WFSB Channel 3.
These are baseless charges, and the real criminal should be arrested and charged.
South Windsor Democratic State Senator Saad Anwar is blaming Governor Ned Lamont for some of the lives lost to the opioid epidemic. Anwar says Lamont pushed lawmakers to remove a provision from a bill that would have established overdose prevention centers across Connecticut.
I want to get people off of drugs, and we've made a big effort there. We're having some success. There's less fentanyl deaths today than there were 2 or 3 years ago, so we're making progress. So I do have some worry about the perception, again, of safe injection sites in our major municipalities.
The senator says since the clause was removed May 29th, there have been close to 800 overdoses in the state, including more than 80 deaths. Anwar is a medical doctor, and he says the governor's decision has led to needless deaths. And West Hartford is planning to install 15 speed enforcement cameras around town in an effort to make the roads safer. A public meeting is scheduled for July 30th for a discussion about the planned locations of the cameras. West Hartford applied for a federal grant to help pay for the speed camera program, and it appears that money is now headed to the town for the effort. The public meeting, July 30th, is at 6 p.m. at Town Hall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident still working southbound on Route 8, right where the 8 and 25 connector meet. Looking at about a mile of delay behind that. 40 minutes to go. Norwalk to Bridgeport, northbound 95 jam pretty heavy up by Sherwood Island. Further south, you have delays through Stamford. Parkway starting to build by the Duquesne Arrest, and then we'll call it about 35 minutes from Route 7 up to Route 8. Not too bad, Route 8 into the valley. 95 still heavy out of Long Wharf into West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers or thunderstorms. It will be warm and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll get back to open phones momentarily at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Hope all is well with you and yours. And let's go now to one of our favorite contributors here, CBS News legal analyst, novelist, host. Go to his website, by the way, ThaneRosenbaum.com. Once again, ThaneRosenbaum.com is the website. And the aforementioned Thane Rosenbaum is here. Thane, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
How are you doing, Paul, my friend?
I'm doing okay, and I need somebody like you to explain the bond changes, I guess, that are going to be happening here with certain migrants. So if you could spell that out for my listeners, I would appreciate it.
Of course, Paul. So, you know what, even long before immigration was the central theme of the last several administrations, it was often the case that if you entered the country illegally, they would ICE people, the people who worked at the border crossings, and this is people who were actually at the border crossings. Remember, during the Biden administration, you had millions of people crossing the Rio Grande, not at official border crossings. But the idea was always almost a situation of good faith. We'll parole you into the United States, and we'll hand you a date. It'll either be an asylum hearing if you're seeking asylum, or some other immigration proceeding, but we'll expect you to show up on such and such a date in such or such a court. Now, what happened is, in the last 4 years, no one ever showed up, even when they crossed legally, right? You show up, they wave you in, and that the term of art was that to parole you into the United States. That was sort of the term of art, and it was a very common thing. Now, by the way, this happens all the time for students who overstay their visa or workers who overstay their visa. They go back to their country. They come back to the United States. Technically, they're not allowed in, but at Kennedy Airport, they just let you in. They said, all right, we get it. We're paroling you in, but you know you're not here illegally. And you go, I know I'm not here illegal. I'm going to work on that. And that friendly face of paroling people in is over.
Okay.
And that's really what's happening now. So we're saying essentially now is even if you have entered illegally, There is no bond hearing for you. You are immediately detainable.
Yeah.
Means if we find you, we simply put you in prison and potentially deportable, right? So the delay that took, there would be millions of people wandering around in the United States who were here illegally and were deportable, but it took forever to actually locate them, prosecute them, deport them. These are people who, and again, this includes people who are here legally. Now, this new rule that you're describing, the detention without bond hearing, that does not apply to people who came here legally. If you had a visa or you were here under some legal, permanent, temporary legal status, we don't immediately put you in jail. But what the critics of this new policy are saying is, what if you lived here for 25 years illegally?
Yeah.
Illegally. You never had a parking ticket. You had 3 kids.
Yeah.
They're all American citizens. And you've just been wandering around for 25 years. Under this new rule, you are immediately detained and could potentially be deportable. That's what people are up arms about. Donald Trump's position is being, when it comes to illegals, if you came here illegally, never had any legal status, you're gone. And I think what you're starting to see is where people are saying, well, wait a minute, that's true of criminals that would have gang. Now, remember the Lincoln Riley Act.
Yeah.
That new act goes to some other issue, which is if you've been here illegally and you committed almost any crime, even if you stole an iPhone, whatever it is, if you did not cross here legally and you committed any crime, you at that point, that is a special category of people who are detainable and deportable. What's new is people are saying, yeah, but for people who have been illegally but they've never caused a problem, and now that we find them, they don't even have any due process. They go straight to jail. That's what this rule is about.
And that was going to be my second and final question to you, Shane. So now are we going to get the lawsuits against this, ACLU, different migrant groups?
Yes.
Are they going to try and call a timeout on this? Has it happened yet?
No, because this is new. I think, remember, Donald Trump said from the very beginning, we're going after rapists and gang members, right? That was so everyone goes, whoa, wait a minute, rapists, gang members who entered illegally? Yeah, of course, get rid of them, right? There are a lot of Americans who voted for Donald Trump and said that makes sense. But what we're seeing is a chipping away at that to different categories of people. This is a different category. Now look, if you're anti-illegal immigration, you would say, I don't care if you were here for 25 years and you didn't commit a crime.
Yeah.
My parents came here legally and somehow waited out and ultimately got citizenship. Why did you think you could sort of hang out? Yes, no parking tickets, but you never crossed through legally. I don't know. That's an interesting question that a lot of Americans will have to face themselves. But you're right. What we're going to see now is cases that are going to have the equities. My client has done nothing wrong other than be just hanging out in America. He has 3 children. He's a good citizen, except that he's not a citizen.
Right. Thane, thank you. Once again, Thane Rosenbaum, Legal Eagle, CBS, the website, ThaneRosenbaum.com. Now, Thane, my producer pointed out to me, because he's much smarter than me, that I went to you 10 minutes earlier than I wanted to. So I will offer penance. I will buy one of your books. I'll select one of your books from my Audible library. How about that?
I'm always happy to be hearing your voice and be appearing on your show, Paul. Thank you.
Thanks, Thane. Be good. Thane Rosenbaum, CBS News there. All right. A lot more coming up. Back to the phones. So what you think of what Thane said? So apparently now, even the migrants here, the illegals here, whatever, even if they kept their noses completely clean, they could get bounced. Now, boy, this is a messy situation here. But again, we have seen a situation over the past few days bubble up that's already got fingers pointing here in Connecticut regarding migrants. We'll talk about that coming up right here on WICC.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com VasoPHAC.com. That's VasoPHAC.com.
Craving a delicious meal? Head to Frankie's Diner, the go-to spot for comfort food at 1660 Barnum Ave in Bridgeport. For over 90 years, Frankie's has been serving diner classics using the freshest ingredients, open 7 days a week and 24/7 on the weekends. Whether you're an early bird, hungry for lunch, or a night owl, enjoy Frankie's. Plus, party rooms available for your next family or office event. Become part of the Frankie's family. Frankie's Diner, 1660 Barnum Ave in Bridgeport.
I get so many headaches every month. It could be chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox onabotulinum toxin A prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those who have 14 or fewer headache days a month. Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor. Visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident still wraps up on the southbound Route 8, right where you merge with the 8 and 25 connector. Northbound on 95, about 25 minutes, Stamford to Norwalk, 40 minutes from Norwalk up to Route 8. Parkway really filling in as well, about 40 minutes now from Route 7 getting up to Route 8. A little bit slow, Route 8 northbound into the Commodore Hull Bridge, busier 95 into Milford, West Haven. Eastbound 84 still jammed through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Sometimes a text is just easier. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
And seeing that Mr. Big Voice just mentioned that, why don't we do this? Hey, coming up this Sunday is the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with our friends from Brown Roofing and driven by Mazda of Milford. It's pizza, it's beer, it's music from the Yacht, Lobsters, and Pizza Panels happening at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. So right now, here's what I want you to do. Text the word pizza. That's Pizza. You can spell that. Text the word pizza right now to 203-333-9422. Once again, text pizza, Pizza, right now to 203-333-9422, 333-WICC for your chance to win 4 general admission tickets to the big Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with our friends from Brown Roofing and driven by Mazda of Milford this coming Sunday at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Text carefully and good luck. Watch where you put your fingers, okay, when you're texting. Just a little advice there. Let's go to Jeff in Westport, who's with us. Hey, Jeff, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul, great show. I'm cutting out the middleman. Pizza, did I win?
No, you didn't. But nice
Okay,
try. That was a nice try.
Nice
yeah.
try, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say I rob a bank 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And I don't do anything else wrong or bad, or I live a good life after that.
Yeah.
But they didn't catch me after 20 years.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden they find some pictures, and they're like, oh, now we know where he is. Let's go arrest him.
Mm-hmm.
I rest my case.
Yeah, I listen, and
you know, everybody knows, you break the law, you broke the law. You knew you were doing it. You thought you were going to get away with it. You're circumventing the system. Well, you're taking a chance. They took that chance when they did that.
Yeah, and Jeff, thank you for the call. We have to, and Jeff, dovetailing off of what you just said, we have to now come up with something And I don't know what that something is. Now, to me, that's something, if you gave me my purvey here, it would be that if you have a clean record, you don't have a bank robbery like Jeff just said or anything else. But if you're an immigrant or a migrant like Thane Rosenbaum said, and you've been here for 20 or 30 years, you never became a citizen, but you're working your tail off, you have a wife and 2 or 3 kids, to me, and you may disagree with me on this, it's fine, 333-9422. It's what I'm here for. To me, if you kept your nose clean, I think the Trump White House and or maybe the next administration should come out and say, well, okay, here's the deal. If you continue to keep your noses and whatever appendages clean, you get to stay, but you don't get to vote. Now, if your kids were born here, that's a different story. Birthright, citizenship, whatever. But everybody keeps talking about a path to citizenship. Now, to me, I am not in favor of an action that in one fell swoop or over years changes the electorate either way, because I don't think that's fair. What I do think should happen is you tell people you have a new lease to stay here in the U.S. Your family for the next 100 generations will be Americans. But you came here, you circumvented our process. So there's got to be some sort of a penalty. There just has to. If for no other reason than to respect the people who do the immigration thing the right way. And I'm sorry, I'm not big in allowing somebody who cut the line to escape without any penalty here. That's all I'm saying. All right, you can stay here. But you know what? You don't get to vote. I'm sorry. You just don't. Your kids do. Your future generations do. But you know what? People say, well, why would you say that? Because if I, for some reason, went to Italy, which I still haven't done in my lifetime, right? I want to go to Italy and see where my relatives are. And I'm like, hey, I think I'm just going to stay here. I'm going to overstay my tourist visa to Italy. And then 10 years down the road, I'm going to say, hey, you know what? I want to vote here in Italian elections, or I want to become a citizen. No, I wouldn't dream of doing that. I wouldn't. So again, to me, the next big winners on immigration, it's going to be a coalition of people in D.C. who come up with an idea, say, hey, okay, let's try and by the way, if you're going to do this, you must keep the border locked down. You must. Because there are a lot of unscrupulous businessmen here on both sides of the aisle that want illegals because they pay them less. And don't tell me they don't, because I've been told that by people who compete against businesses who have less expense because they're paying illegals, yes, and they know they can do it, and they threaten illegals with saying, if you go to the state, I'm firing you. And I'm going to rat you out to immigration. Pretty simple. You just tell illegals, hey, you know what? You can stay here. You've been good people. You've contributed to the economy, but you don't get to vote in our elections. No, sorry. You don't. It's not a hard deal. And in 1 or 2 generations, you'll have this mess cleaned up. It's not that difficult. It's not. It's not. JR in Stanford's here. JR, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, Paul. Unfortunately, I disagree with you on this.
Okay.
You know, years ago, I went to traffic court, and while I was sitting there, this guy was complaining that he got a ticket for parking his car.
Okay.
And his excuse was, Judge, I've lived in the neighborhood for 3 years now. I've been parking in that same spot for 2 years.
Okay.
And the judge's response was, so you got away with it for 2 years. It doesn't mean that we're going to continue to let you, give you a pass.
Mm-hmm.
It's illegal now. It was illegal 2 years ago. You're just lucky that we haven't caught you.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going to treat new people coming in breaking the law one way, just because other people came in 20 years ago and they're coming back, we need to treat them all the same way.
All right,
That's
but you
fair.
just said something, and I want to emphasize something. I also said, JR, if they go with this plan, you would have to mandate still that the border is locked down, which it pretty much is now. There's a trickle of people getting through. So to me, I think the feds are doing what I always used to say they have to do. You know, JR, if you have a leak on your carpet, do you fix the carpet before you fix the leak? You fix the leak first, right? Right?
Well, probably you fix the leak and you order the carpet, and that's sort of what Trump seems to be doing.
Okay.
He's doing both.
Yeah, but the problem is you do have 10. I mean, the Yale study, JR, said there are 22 million illegals here in the country. I don't think you're going to get rid of 22 million people. I mean, to me,
I don't think. Yeah.
To me, I think that just would cripple the economy. I think it would.
I don't think you're going to get rid of 22 million people, even if Trump did what he has in his wildest dreams.
Yeah.
But I do think if that you catch somebody breaking the law, incidentally,
absolutely,
you get rid of them
absolutely
as part of it. So they go and round up a criminal, and there happens to be a guy that is here and has never done anything wrong.
Yep.
You know, he goes as well.
Well, and again, I don't think we're disagreeing here, JR, and thank you for the call. I said that if you offer this amnesty or legal status, you make it plain that all right, maybe a traffic ticket, I don't know, but you have to set this up to where you tell people, if you keep your nose clean, all right, a traffic ticket, a parking ticket, whatever, you pay the ticket, but if you don't commit any crime, we let you stay because you're working, you're paying taxes or whatever. But I'm sorry. In my world, you can stay and you don't get to vote. I'm sorry. You just don't. Because they snuck it. Well, yeah, you hop the line. Your kids, your future generations, that's different. See, nobody ever, it's either and JR, thank you for the call. It's either get rid of all of them or legalize, make them all citizens. No, there's a middle ground here. But you know what the problem is? If you take the middle ground and it works, you can't fundraise off it. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Car fire on 95 northbound right near the Post Mall, exit 39 in Milford. Northbound left and center lanes are taken out. A couple miles of heavy stop and go. Southbound jammed as well. Parkway, definitely a better ride in through New Haven County. Into Fairfield County, northbound, it's about 40 minutes on 95 from Norwalk up into Bridgeport. About the same on the Parkway, very heavy into Westport. Northbound Route 8 delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers or thunderstorms. It will be warm and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, July 25th, and be ready to receive a great giveaway. It's Anthony Volpe Bobblehead Night, presented by T-Mobile. The first 18,000 guests will receive an Anthony Volpe bobblehead. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss Anthony Volpe Bobblehead Night, presented by T-Mobile, when the Yankees face the Phillies on Friday, July 25th.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, a lot of folks, Kelly, Joe, Rich, and Tim, if you can hang on through the news, we'd appreciate it. Got a lot of people want to talk about this. And by the way, I brought this up. I was going to get to this. It turns out, I'll just give you the headline here because, again, this is the kind of thing that you mentioned this in Connecticut, and I go, oh, no. The teen who injured 2 state troopers in an Enfield collision is an illegal alien. So him, goodbye. See you later, pal. Later. I don't want to see the crying or the sobbing. Oh, but my family's here. Too bad. Either leave or go to jail. That's it. You almost killed a couple of state troopers here. But my point being this, folks, the number of illegals here ranges in the Yale study is on the high end. It said 22 million. The low end is 10 million. Now, obviously, you have to get rid of the criminals. You have to. And you tell the rest of the illegals here, look, we're going to cut you a break. We know you're working. We know you're paying taxes. You can stay if you keep your noses clean, but you can't vote. I'm sorry. You just can't. You cut the line, there's got to be a penalty. And the only way we do this is if we continue to lock down the border. Fix the carpet after you stop the war.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. President Trump has been going back and forth on whether he will fire Fed Chairman Jerome Powell.
President Trump has long complained the Fed chairman has been too slow to lower interest rates, but will he fire Jerome Powell?
So he's doing a lousy job, but no, I'm not talking about that.
But just moments later,
I don't rule out anything, but I think it's highly unlikely.
Unless he said there's fraud, citing cost overruns in the renovation of the Fed's headquarters. He also said he did discuss Powell's future with members of Congress.
I said, what do you think? Almost every one of them said I should.
By law, the Fed chair can only be fired for cause. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Trump's flip-flopping on Powell's fate sent Wall Street on a wild ride today. At the closing bell moments ago, the Dow was up 213 points. President Trump is also lashing out at his Republican supporters who are demanding the release of more files about convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Trump says they've bought into a hoax. He again defended Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Whatever's credible, she can release it. If a document is credible, if a document's there that is credible, she can release. I think it's good.
More from CBS's Scott McFarland.
The president is trying to turn the page and move people past this, but his social media posts so far have not done that over the past few days. And Pam Bondi, speaking yesterday, saying we're not going to talk about Epstein, didn't do the job either.
The Senate is considering a bill that would rescind $9 billion of funding for foreign aid and public broadcasting. CBS's Nicole Killian says 3 Republicans opposed the clawbacks, including Alaska's Lisa Murkowski.
She has certainly expressed concerns with respect to the impact on public broadcasting, particularly in a state like Alaska, which has a lot of rural areas.
Vice President J.D. Vance had to cast a tie-breaking vote yesterday just to advance the package. The cause of the fire that killed 9 people at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts Sunday is still a mystery.
State police fire investigators are working to determine how and where the fire started. Fall River Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
I'm comfortable saying that it's an accidental fire. There's nothing intentional about this fire.
On questions about understaffing at the fire department, he says it is a problem.
I'm not the only fire chief that fights with the mayor and asking for more manpower. I think that there's a lot of mayors right now that are looking at this situation going, I have 20 of these in my city. Maybe I need to wake up and listen to the fire chief.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
Some California farm workers have gone on strike, calling for an end to immigration raids.
For too long, we have sacrificed our health, our youth, our families, all without the basic retentions of citizenship.
An estimated 40% of farm workers in the U.S. are undocumented. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber has died. Gerber passed away yesterday at Yale New Haven Hospital, where he had been receiving treatment for a brain tumor. Gerber underwent 2 surgeries after his diagnosis late last month, but this week his family reported that his condition had worsened and he had been moved to the intensive care unit. City and town leaders across Fairfield County are expressing their condolences at Gerber's passing.
Mayor Harry Rilling from the city of Norwalk, and I'm very saddened to hear of the passing of Bill Gerber. He was a really good guy, very dedicated to the town of Fairfield. My condolences to his family. And I just hope that they can get some solace out of the fact that he was a good guy in serving his community.
Gerber was 60 years old. South Windsor Democratic State Senator Sawad Anwar is blaming Governor Ned Lamont for some of the lives lost to the opioid epidemic. Anwar says Lamont pushed lawmakers to remove a provision from a bill that would have established overdose prevention centers across Connecticut.
I want to get people off of drugs, and we've made a big effort there. We're having some success. There's less fentanyl deaths today than there were 2 or 3 years ago, so we're making progress. So I do have some worry about the perception, again, of safe injection sites in our major municipalities.
The senator says since the clause was removed May 29th, there have been close to 800 overdoses in the state, including more than 80 deaths. Anwar is a medical doctor, and he says the governor's decision has led to needless deaths. And West Hartford is planning to install 15 speed enforcement cameras around town in an effort to make the roads safer. A public meeting is scheduled for July 30th for a discussion about the planned locations of the cameras. West Hartford applied for a federal grant to help pay for the speed camera program, and it appears that money is now headed to the town for the effort. The public meeting July 30th is at 6 p.m. at Town Hall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Car fire continues to work 95 northbound, right by exit 39. That's the exit for the Post Mall in Milford. Couple miles of stop and go in both directions. Just a mess on 95. Route 1 jamming up a little bit too. Parkway's the better ride, New Haven County. Northbound at 95, heavier out of Stamford. A lot of company into Southport, Fairfield. Parkway with a real heavy wave. Route 7 up to 42. Not too bad. Fairfield, Trumbull side. Route 8 still looking okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And only a few days seems to go by, week after week, month after month, that we are reminded of the problem that is posed by some, and not all, illegal aliens, illegal migrants, undocumented, whatever warm, fuzzy euphemism you want to attach to it. But there are also certain realities that we have to deal with because of our lack of testicular fortitude, if you know what I mean, of dealing with this in years past. We let too many people cross the border illegally. Now, we do have accepted ports of entry for asylum claims. But year after year after year, through administrations of both parties, we let this happen to the point where the numbers were ridiculous from the Biden years. Donald Trump, love him or hate him, has cut that down to a trickle. He has. Don't believe me? Go to the Border Patrol, Customs and Border Patrol website. In fact, I'll pull those numbers up in a second for you. All right, but so now you as I said, you don't fix the carpet until you fix the leak in the ceiling above the carpet. So now we pretty much have that leak controlled. It's still a little bit of a drip. It's not the geyser it was. Now, a lot of business people are at fault here, too, because don't tell me, oh, I gave him a job because he wanted the American dream. No, you gave him a job because you're paying him less. And you would turn in that guy or that gal in a heartbeat if it kept immigration officials off of your sleazy back. Let's not discount the fact that, you have a lot of business owners who are dirtbags here, too. But my point being is this. You cannot, let's say there's 10, 12, 15 million illegals here. You can't deport all of them. Number one, logistically, and number two, it would hurt the economy. It's already hurting part of the economy. So here is my simple solution here that nobody will do because you can't raise money off it. You tell people here, now, and again, this would take Republicans and Democrats to do it, and Democrats will never do it because they want a path to citizenship. No, you don't get to be a full voting citizen here if you jump the line. You get what's called legal status. If you came here and jumped the line, you don't get to be a citizen. Sorry, Charlie. Sorry, Maud. Ain't happening. But your kids could stay here, and your subsequent generations, you've set down roots here in the U.S., be happy. You don't get to vote. I'm sorry, you don't. You keep your nose clean, you stay here, but if you start screwing up, you're gone. Like this kid. A teen who injured 2 state troopers in an Enfield collision is an illegal alien. A teenage driver who lost control of his car on I-91 North in Enfield last week, hydroplaning through standing water before hitting a state police vehicle and injuring 2 troopers, is an illegal alien from Ecuador, according to Homeland Security. So I don't want to hear about, his parents, goodbye, see you later, Junior, gone. Joel Alexander Kaisa, C-A-I-C-A, Kaisa Nishive, N-I-S-H-V-E. He came to the U.S., he's 18 years old, he came to the U.S. illegally in 2023. That's from Homeland Security. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, has an interest in deporting him, who was driving too fast for conditions when he lost control of his Acura last Thursday morning. The car spun out and crossed 2 lanes of the highway, hitting a cruiser which had responded to an earlier accident call. The impact pushed the cruiser forward, striking State Police Trooper Christopher Genovese in a second police vehicle, which contained State Trooper Matthew Seri in the driver's seat. Genovese was taken to Hartford Hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Seri incurred minor injuries and was treated at the same facility. Okay. Now watch. I got to see. Now you watch. You watch the PR you-know-what storm if the state tries to keep ICE from getting this dirt bag out of here. I don't care. Oh, what are you calling him that for? Because he almost killed 2 state troopers. And he's illegal, and he's driving like a maniac. See you later. No citizenship for you, Charlie. Too bad. Go back to Guatemala. Have fun while you're there. Rich in Fairfield. Rich, what's up with you? How are you?
I'm fine, Paul. Yeah. Can't equivocate on this thing at all. I think you're trying to have your cake and eat it a little too. I agree with you on many things, many topics, many days. Somebody comes here 28 years ago.
Yep.
They've been a great citizen.
Yeah.
Makes no.
Rich, you're breaking up. Try again.
Listen, born here, and they committed a bank robbery 28 years ago, but they lived a clean life since. The crime is no less serious. The illegality is no less profound than it was 28 years ago. So I'm not too happy about that one.
Rich, you're breaking up, my friend. I got the gist, though. You don't like the idea. I get it. I understand it. I understand it, Rich, and I know I mention this to people. A lot of people like it. A lot of people don't. But the bottom line is you're already, and I knew this would happen. I've been saying this for years. We had so many feckless morons running the immigration system from both parties that never had the balls to do it the right way and shut down the damn border and allow only people to cross at asylum points, and not everybody can seek asylum. I'm sorry. It's just not fair. And I understand what Rich is saying. Hey, why can a citizen of the U.S. be charged with a crime for 20 years ago in a bank robbery versus somebody who crossed the border illegally 20 years ago? There are legal experts who would say those crimes have different weight. Listen, you can go ahead and deport as many people as you want. Frankly, I don't care. But it's already starting to have an effect on the economy. And I said, fine, it's going to. Let's see how it shakes out. But I do agree with some people who say, no, you don't get to become a citizen. You don't. That part I agree with. Well, then I'm going to leave. Okay, see you later, Hank. Bye-bye. But maybe there's some people who say, well, okay, is there any way I can stay and still do my job and contribute to the economy? That I'm okay with. I am. You attain what's called legal status. Under the agreement that, if you screw up anything more than a parking ticket, you have you're gone. And again, let me mention before we go to the break here, Tim, and you folks hang on, I'll be right back with you. I'm only for this if we keep the borders locked down. Now, this lends to my other thought that come the midterms and especially 2028, I think the Democrats lose again. I don't care how many people hate Trump. You cannot trust the Democratic establishment and some of the far lefties entering the party. Do you trust them on the border? I don't.
Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Rinnai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Rinnai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until July 31st with Tri-City and Rinnai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
Hi, this is Rich Jackson, General Manager at Mazda of Milford. There's never been a better time to buy or lease a new Mazda. Discover the future of driving with the all-new 2025 Mazda CX-30 and CX-50 at Mazda of Milford. Experience unparalleled style, cutting-edge technology, and exceptional performance. Elevate your driving experience with Mazda of Milford. Mazda of Milford, easy to get to and even easier to do business with. Mazda of Milford, 915 Boston Post Road in Milford, or on the web at mazdaofmilford.com.
Twice in the last week, Connecticut has had some kind of localized flash flooding events happen. And I've heard from a lot of you that trees have come down, you lost power. And it's just a reminder that we are in hurricane season. I know a lot of times we want to focus on obviously the good of the summertime, but the reality is we are in a very heightened storm season. And if you are not prepared for it, destruction, damage, and certainly tragedy could follow. I want to introduce you to my friends at K&J Tree Service. I work with them, and I have such peace of mind working with them. In fact, I've had their team come out to my house so many times. Mark came out a couple months ago and did a tree assessment, as I've talked about on the show before, and he was able to identify some troubled trees that needed to be addressed and partially removed just to make sure there was no damage to our home, our property, and certainly wasn't going to hurt me and my family. Don't wait for the next storm to see what happens next. Go to kjtreeservice.com. Book a free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash, and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com. For 135 years, Spectre Furniture on Main Street, Ansonia has been more than a store. They've been a tradition. Crafted with care and built to last, Spectre's American-made furniture and mattresses blend timeless quality with modern comfort. From generation to generation, Spectre's has furnished homes with warmth and style. Come celebrate 135 years of excellence. Visit Spectre Furniture in Ansonia today, where quality stands the test of time. Main Street, Ansonia. SpectreFurniture.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Car fire continues to work 95 northbound, right by exit 39. That's the exit for the Post Mall in Milford. A couple miles of stop and go in both directions. Just a mess on 95. Route 1 jamming up a little bit too. Parkway's the better ride, New Haven County. Northbound on 95, heavier out of Stamford. A lot of company into Southport, Fairfield. Parkway with a real heavy wave. Route 7 up to 42. Not too bad. Fairfield, Trumbullside. Route 8 still looking okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers or thunderstorms. It will be warm and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying what you need to hear. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Only on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So this is going to be interesting. You have this 18-year-old dirtbag illegal who almost kills two state troopers. But he's not, I don't see where he's in ICE custody yet. So if he's being held by the state, does this trust act, this idiotic trust act, does this now prevent, say, the state police or Enfield police from turning him over to ICE? Oh, my God. We put on the knee pads for illegals in this state like nobody else. It's just two state troopers almost get killed because of this. Unreal. Tim in Hamden's here, 420. Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
The code word is pizza 600.
Well, there you go.
Right?
We'll let you know if you win. Our
right.
promotions department will be in touch. Thank you.
And I want the T-shirt, too.
Well, we'll see what we can do.
Bumper sticker, anything. A balloon. Anyway, so before I begin about rights, so quickly we just love to throw away our rights. How's that giant border wall coming along? We fix that up?
Don't need it anymore. Apparently, Tim, if you go on the website for Customs and Border Patrol, which anybody can do, the wall there, I mean, you really don't need the wall.
Yeah, you don't need it because you'll end up in Alligator Alley.
Maybe when you're serious about guarding the border, you don't need a wall.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Except when you change your mind and then you say, well, we're going to have your news report just said that 40% of the people picking our crops are illegal, technically illegal, and everything. And the president changes his mind and says we need people, and then somebody said something about a meat packing thing, which almost everybody there was illegal, and so we need to keep the meat packers.
And by the way, did you see what happened to that meat packing plant about 2 or 3 days after that?
No.
They opened up applications. And apparently everybody who applied for every job times 5 were citizens. Isn't that amazing?
Wow, that's amazing. And they were paying what they were paying before? No. We'll just have to see.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see, along those lines. So if you do rob a bank and you do your time, you can get your voting rights restored.
Because you're a citizen. Because you're a citizen, yes.
Because you're a citizen.
Yeah.
So, I'm one of those crazy people that think we don't need serfdoms or near serfdoms. And, you all just stay out there, pick those cottons, do all that little dirty work.
Okay.
And eventually, it doesn't matter what your students and other people in the cities, you do a lot of local voting for school boards, for all sorts of things. We're on fire here in Hamden about all sorts of things and stuff. And, so people who as far as I'm concerned, your family's, paying the money to send your kids to into school there. Maybe you should have some sort of say in that.
Are they citizens or not?
No, I'm thinking people who are not citizens,
okay,
but are taxpayers.
Doesn't matter. You're not a citizen in my mind. In my mind, you're not a citizen. You don't get a, you don't get a say.
I figured it out.
You don't get a say.
I figured it out what you were saying.
Yeah.
Because before, when you started talking about this, you talked about flipping, the House. So it's like all these quote illegals will become Democratic voters.
No.
That's the old Republican, standby.
It's not the white replacement theory, but what is happening, Tim, and I read about this the other night, the new estimates now say that after the 2030 census, because of the population shift of registered citizens here, Texas is going to gain about 4 seats. Florida is going to gain about 4 seats. And another 4 seats. There are 4 individual blue-leaning states that are each going to lose a seat. So the reason that a lot of these blue cities and blue areas are worried, not so much about a white replacement theory sort of thing, but there's a theory that there's an outflow, if you will, from the northern states to the Midwest, to the Dakotas, to Texas, to Florida, that any significant rounding up of people who are illegals are going to just make it all the more difficult to even win the Electoral College in the next few years. I read a really interesting ascertainment of this from a progressive site the other night, and basically it was 2 or 3 pages of, this is not good.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I've held the belief that, like take Connecticut with 5 seats. So, say, the Republicans win one of those seats and stuff. They should be entitled to one of them, not all 7.
That never happened.
The Democrats,
never happened.
And stuff. It happens in Iowa and Maine and a few places like that.
Tim, you and I should bet dinner on the next time this state will send a Republican to Congress. It's going to be
I'm just saying it should be proportioned and everything like that. The same thing in Texas. You wouldn't split up that state because there's places like Dallas, Houston, and other areas that would go strongly Democratic and would split up those areas.
And
it wouldn't be a winner take all.
And I got to tell you, you and I have talked about this. And Tim, I do have to run. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I'm not a big fan of winner take all states in the Electoral College. I'm not, even if they're blue or red. Now I know states can do what they want. I get it, but I think there are 2 or 3 New Hampshire and one of the Dakotas that actually award their Electoral College votes proportionally. But yeah, folks, you can read, unless the Democratic Party significantly shifts its politics over the next 5 or 6 years, I've read 2 or 3 different ascertainments of the 2030 census that essentially say the same thing. It's going to be, it has all the fixins, as we like to say in the Midwest, of being really bad for the blue-leaning states. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The remains of the car fire still working on 95 in Milford by exit 39. If you're going northbound, delays begin on the Stratford side of the Moses Wheeler Bridge. That's 4 or 5 miles of heavy stop and go. Southbound, not as bad, but still a couple miles of stop and go. Definitely go for the Parkway in New Haven County. Fairfield County, northbound 95, 25 minutes. Stanford up to Norwalk, 40 minutes. Norwalk up to Route 8. Northbound on the Parkway, very heavy into Westport. Building into Trumbull, Route 8 delays into the Commodore Hall Bridge. We're sponsored by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month. 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump now says it is highly unlikely he will fire Jerome Powell, even though he told some House Republicans last night he was leaning in favor of axing the Fed chair.
So he's doing a lousy job, but no, I'm not talking about that. Fortunately, we get to make a change in the next, 8 months or so.
Powell's term as chair ends next May. The president says his supporters who were calling for the release of more Jeffrey Epstein files have fallen for a hoax perpetrated by Democrats. Here's CBS's Jake Rosen.
President Trump kind of blames some past supporters, saying that they bought these conspiracy theories that he blames on Democrats hook, line, and sinker. He calls it BS.
20 Palestinians were killed at an aid distribution site in Gaza. CBS's Linda Gradstein is in Jerusalem.
The Hamas-run health ministry said some of the deaths were caused by tear gas fired by workers at the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
But the foundation claims armed men linked to Hamas created the unrest, which led to a deadly stampede. People were trampled. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber has died. Gerber passed away yesterday at Yale New Haven Hospital, where he had been receiving treatment for a brain tumor. Gerber underwent 2 surgeries after his diagnosis late last month, but this week his family reported that his condition had worsened and he had been moved to the intensive care unit. City and town leaders across Fairfield County are expressing their condolences at Gerber's passing.
This is Shelton Mayor Mark Loretti. Yeah, it's kind of shocking and sad that the loss of Bill Gerber so very quickly. You know, I was particularly taken back about a year ago when he called me and said, hey, I'd like to sit down and talk to you, pick your brain about, how things work and what your guidance is. Just felt that it was nice that he had reached out. He's a different political persuasion, but okay.
Gerber was 60 years old. A Bridgeport man is sentenced to spend 40 years in prison for the killing of his cellmate at the jail in the city last year. Cecil Mills previously pleaded guilty to murder and other charges and was sentenced yesterday in Bridgeport Superior Court. Prosecutors say Mills strangled 43-year-old Stephen Bailey to death at the Bridgeport Correctional Center while the suspect was awaiting trial for robbery and sexual assault. A plea deal calls for Mills to serve a 40-year prison sentence followed by 10 years of special parole. A 5-year-old boy who had been missing at Indian Wells State Park in Shelton was later found unresponsive in the water. The boy apparently entered the water at the boat launch yesterday afternoon and was spotted in distress by a witness. Emergency crews rushed to the scene and removed the child from the water, then began life-saving measures. The boy was rushed to Griffin Hospital in Derby and was reportedly showing positive signs last night. The former director of food services for New Canaan schools has been found guilty of larceny and evidence tampering. Prosecutors say 67-year-old Bruce Gluck of New Milford stole lunch money from the district for more than 15 years before the thefts were uncovered in 2017. They say Gluck and 2 others stole a total of $478,000 from the district. Gluck will be sentenced in Stamford Superior Court on September 19th. The office of the state's attorney and local police are investigating a clash between an off-duty state trooper and a self-identified First Amendment auditor. YouTuber Sean Paul Reyes says he and a photographer went to the home of Connecticut State Police Sergeant Brian Fahey on Friday. They drove a mobile billboard which was playing video from a previous confrontation between the two of them. Reyes says he knocked on Fahey's door and was told to leave before Fahey came out carrying a gun at his side.
You are. Right now. You spit in my face. My property You're right going now. To jail now.
Police were called and Reyes and the other man were arrested for criminal trespass. Reyes disputed the charges in a conversation with WFSB Channel 3.
These are baseless charges, and the real criminal should be arrested and charged.
A Norwalk police officer is on leave after being arrested on domestic violence-related charges. Stamford police say 29-year-old Lillian Martinez was arrested on July 4th on 2 counts of breach of peace. Martinez was arraigned yesterday in Stamford Superior Court and was ordered not to have any contact with the alleged victim, who is her former girlfriend. Martinez has been placed on paid administrative leave by Norwalk police over the arrest. Avelo Airlines is shutting down its West Coast operations. The discount airline indicates that the shutdown of its Western network by the end of the year will have no impact on New Haven operations. Avelo also reports that the change will result in 3 additional planes being relocated to New Haven, helping their East Coast operations. The group Coalition to Stop Avelo, that was formed to protest the company handling deportation flights for ICE, says this is another sign Avelo is poorly financed and managed. And 3 different New England states are vying to be the home of the Connecticut Sun, the WNBA team that is currently owned by the Mohegan tribe. The tribe has been exploring a potential sale since the spring, and the governors of both Massachusetts and Rhode Island have expressed interest in buying the WNBA franchise. However, Governor Ned Lamont is not giving up that easily. At a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Lamont said the Sun might be staying right where they are.
We have a strong bidder, former owner of an NBA team, very credible proposal on the table to keep the Sun in Connecticut, a lot of it at the People's Bank Arena. We'll see where we stand.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
They're finally clearing up the car fire on 95 near the Post Mall in Milford at exit 39. Looks like they're getting all lanes open northbound. Still very heavy, though, back into Stratford. Southbound's easing out, too, with the rubbernecking. Parkway still a better ride into New Haven County. Northbound at 95, some delays out of Stamford, Darien, about 40 minutes still. Norwalk to Bridgeport. Parkway with a really heavy wave still. Norwalk up to Route 42, or exit 42, rather. Route 8 northbound delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge, a good ride further north. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers or thunderstorms. It will be warm and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And by the way, speaking of voice, did you see who else is in full Pontius Pilate mode? You know, washing their hands for you non-Catholics out there. Pontius Pilate washed his hands, say, hey, that Jesus guy, sorry, but I can't do anything. Sorry for the crucifixion thing. Do you see who's already in full Pontius Pilate mode? Saying that, well, Trump was right and continues to be right about the border? John Kerry. This is from the BBC. John Kerry said Republicans like Donald Trump gained a political advantage because of the border. He made the comments during an interview with the BBC special correspondent James Noty, and it underscores an ongoing debate within his party over whether or not pro-immigration policies have cost them in recent elections. Kerry said, quote, get this. Now, you understand something, folks. The Dems knew the border and immigration was a ticking time bomb. So please, I don't care whether it's William Tong, whether it's Ned Lamont, whether it's Rosa DeLauro, whether it's Jim Himes, whether it's Johanna Hayes, whether it's John Larson, whether it's Joe Courtney, whether it's Dick Blumenthal, or whether it's Chris Murphy. Did I get them all? I think I did. I don't care what any. They knew this was a problem. But yet they give us the same old tired pablum of, oh, we have to help people who are escaping oppression. No, we don't. Maybe people should do a better job of making sure the billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars of foreign aid that we give to these countries gets to the people it's intended to. John Kerry said, quote, the first thing any president should say or anybody in public life is without a border protected, you don't have a nation, unquote. Oh, my God. Can you imagine that? If he said that during the campaign? There's a semi-retired talk show host out there who's now just doing podcasts because he's up there. You know what I'm talking about? Michael Savage. Michael Savage for years still says border language culture. If you don't have border language culture, you don't have a nation. And John Kerry now says the first thing any president should say or anybody in public life is without a border protected, you don't have a nation. He continued, quote, I wish President Biden had been heard more often saying, I'm going to enforce the law, unquote. Democrats says here, and folks, by the way, this is the BBC. This is not Newsmax or Fox or anybody or One America. This is the BBC. You can't get any more progressive than the BBC. But many Democrats, many of whom advocate a more relaxed immigration laws and a pathway to citizenship, here we go, this is what I said to undocumented migrants, attempted to portray Trump's positions as harsh and discriminatory, and John Kerry said that was a mistake. You ready for this? Sit down when I'm going to read this next line to you. Swallow whatever you have in your mouth, in your mouths. 2 hands on the wheel. Got that? This is John Kerry, quote, Trump was right. He continues, quote, the problem is we all should have been right. In the first 6 months of Trump's second term in office, illegal crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border have dropped to near record lows, although the downward trend began during the last year of the Biden presidency after the Democrat tightened some asylum rules. What did I keep saying here on this program? They knew he was going to lose on this, so going back to what's called the Title 42 rules, that was a Hail Mary. There's 5 seconds left. We have the ball on our own 35. Just run a post pattern. I'm just going to throw it up there, guys, in the end zone. Come down with it. When the defense puts 5 DBs back there, just knock the ball down. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And I'm telling you, you folks who are Democrat, God bless you, it's going to bite your party in the asses. I'm sorry to have to be so graphic here, but I've just pulled up one of the forecasts now that are out there post the 2030 census. It's going to bite you all in the keister because you're not enforcing the immigration laws in blue states. I'll explain those numbers and more coming up right here on WICC.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Now hiring for night nurse positions. Go to gaylord.org/nursing to learn more.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I get so many headaches every month.
It could be chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those who have 14 or fewer headache days a month. Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor. Visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
In a choppy session, stocks closed higher and shrugged off a New York Times report suggesting that President Trump had already written a letter authorizing the firing of Jay Powell as chairman of the Federal Reserve, and talked about it with Republican congressional leaders, and then denied that he had any intention to do so. Market was volatile but finished higher, with the Nasdaq again in record territory. The Dow up 231 points to 44,254. S&P up almost 20 to 6263, and the Nasdaq adding 52 to 20,730. The market getting some help this morning from a very benign wholesale inflation report. 10-year note yields dropped as a result of 4.45%. The dollar weakened mostly on the Powell news. Yields on the 10-year note were up, but the 2-year note came down, and amid expectations that if indeed the Fed chair were replaced, rates would also come down at the Fed. Crude oil futures up 19 cents, gold up $18 to $33.54 the ounce, while Bitcoin, of course, was bouncing back amid some renewed optimism around legislation that would be favorable to cryptocurrencies.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
They're finally clearing up the car fire on 95 near the Post Mall in Milford at exit 39. Looks like they're getting all lanes open northbound. Still very heavy, though, back into Stratford. Southbound's easing out, too, with the rubbernecking. Parkway still a better ride into New Haven County. Northbound at 95, some delays out of Stamford, Darien, about 40 minutes still. Norwalk to Bridgeport. Parkway with a really heavy wave still. Norwalk up to Route 42, or exit 42, rather. Route 8 northbound delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge. A good ride further north. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying everything that's on his mind. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
See, part of the theory is as to why the Biden White House did very, very little when people were just streaming across the border is that they see the 2030, post-2030 census apportionment coming. Now, remember, we don't create or get rid of House seats. The Senate's always 100. That's equal representation. Every state gets 2 Senate members. But remember now, the House is based on population. Now, they haven't changed the amount of House seats in years. There are people saying, well, we should do that, whatever. That's another discussion. But what they do after every census, every 10 years, is they move around some of those House pieces corresponding to the shift in population. So follow along here. If you have blue state areas who know they're going to lose population, and they chart this out to mainly red states, they figure out, well, how is it possible that we could staunch the bleeding here, tie off the vein? Well, the census, remember, does not count citizens. It counts residents or individuals. So part of the rumblings coming out of the Biden White House, I read this in 2 or 3 spots, when some strategists said, well, why wouldn't they just clamp down on the border? It's going to cost them the White House. But there supposedly were internal discussions saying, hey, if you clamp down on some of these people that end up in New York or Illinois or in California, there's more of a chance that those states are going to lose a House seat or 2. So a lot of these states, now they're not going to put this down on paper, but you read about this and you put 2 and 2 together. The idea was if we can just keep enough individuals, not necessarily registered citizens, but individuals in these states, it'll slow down the migration. I'm looking at and there are several, if you think I'm crazy, don't believe me, look it up. There are several really good websites that are already projecting out what's going to happen after the 2030 census. All these algorithms are running the numbers, this, that, and the other, right? So one of these here, this is a pretty centrist site here, the American Redistricting Project. After the 2030 census, Texas is forecast to gain 4 House seats. Florida is forecast to gain 4 House seats. A single seat each going to, Arizona, New Mexico, and Idaho. So there's 11 seats right there, shifting generally from blue or center blue states to red states. California is going to lose 3 seats. Washington State or Oregon may lose 1 seat. New York State will lose 2 seats. Pennsylvania is going to lose a House member. And you have 1 seat each being lost in Michigan, in Illinois, and in Idaho. I'm sorry, not in Idaho. In let me see, Michigan, Illinois here, and Wisconsin. So that is why there is such a recalcitrance, or several blue states are recalcitrant to shut the border down. Because they know if that happens, there is a higher possibility that you're going to lose House seats to red states. And there's 3 or 4 different sites that you could look at here. They're all within like a seat or 2 of each other. So check it out. Just Google 2030 House reapportionment. It's fascinating reading. Andy's here. Andy, how are you, sir? What's up?
Hey, Poach. I'm too lazy to Google, so I'm calling you with the question. Plus, it's more fun to talk.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there any country other than the United States on the face of the earth where you could walk in there, get benefits, vote, commit crimes, and have all these privileges other than here?
I would doubt that's possible, Andy. If I had to put down a couple of piastres on it, I'd say no.
I mean, what does that tell us?
Well, it just...
the only one. Maybe it's not a good idea.
Well, it just says that the border manipulation was done for political purposes on one side and business purposes on the other side. You know, that cheap off-the-book labor, Andy. A lot of people like that.
Yeah, the blowback, though, is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we still haven't figured out what Connecticut is paying each year for illegal.
Well, wait. I think we figured it out. I think it's a recalcitrance to actually level with people, Andy. You can't tell me they don't have at least a number, a roundabout number? Come on. I would hope, wouldn't you?
I still don't get it. I mean, I tell you, I've puzzled with this on and off along with you and everybody else. It just makes no sense where we're doing this, other than the politics of power and all that stuff,
Yeah. Andy, thank you, my friend. Good to hear from you there and your new digs out there in the shoreline. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, think about it. Now, apparently, I'm looking on this map. Connecticut seems to be safe after 2030. But who knows in future, censuses. So what's the plural of census? Censuses? Censi? I mean, remember, it wasn't that long ago. We had 6 seats. But our population didn't grow as fast as... I forgot where that 6th district House seat went. But remember? The 6th was... what's part of the 5th now, and I think part of the 3rd and a little bit of the 4th. And that was represented for years by, was that Nancy Johnson's district? I think it was. So remember this, and Jim Maloney, remember him? Not Mr. Maroney, who's in the General Assembly now. But yeah, there was that 6th there, which was, that was, Waterbury was the 6th. But now Waterbury's the 5th. But again, you kind of, the old 6th was what's part of the 5th now, a top slice of the 4th, and a little smidgen, just a skosh of the 3rd too as well. Traffic and weather together right here, right now. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
They're finally clearing up the car fire on 95 near the Post Mall in Milford at exit 39. Looks like they're getting all lanes open. Northbound still very heavy, though, back into Stratford. Southbound's easing out, too, with the rubbernecking. Parkway still a better ride into New Haven County. Northbound at 95, some delays out of Stamford, Darien, about 40 minutes still. Norwalk to Bridgeport. Parkway with a really heavy wave still. Norwalk up to Route 42, or exit 42, rather. Route 8 northbound delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge, a good ride further north. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers or thunderstorms. It will be warm and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Friday, July 18th, it's Blues Traveler, Gin Blossoms, The Spin Doctors, all at Toyota Oakdale Theater. Friday, July 25th, it's Rod Stewart, and Saturday, July 26th, Big Time Rush, both at Mohegan Sun. Wednesday, July 30th, Toto, Christopher Cross, and Men at Work are at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Saturday, August 2nd, it's Nelly at Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Friday, August 8th, you've got a choice. Goo Goo Dolls and Dashboard Confessional at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater, and Aloe Black is playing Ridgefield Playhouse. Saturday, August 9th, it's Hanson on the Mohegan Sun patio, and Thursday, August 14th, Toad the Wet Sprocket, KT Tunstall, and Sixpence None the Richer are at Westville Music Bowl. Sunday, August 17th, it's Dasha on the Mohegan Sun patio.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Hey, everybody, our pal, you know him, you love him, Dan Haar, Hearst Connecticut Media, senior editor and columnist. He's up at the 5:15 break coming up. Hey, his question, interesting piece Dan wrote. Should the state of Connecticut get into the weight loss drug business? Now, all these drugs, the semaglutides, you've heard about this? Well, you know, apparently one of the side effects here of Wegovy and Ozempic is you lose weight. Now, having been on a couple of diabetes drugs, that does occur to some extent, but no way the way it does with Ozempic and semaglutide. But the problem is when state health plans tend to get requests for these prescriptions, A, they're expensive, and B, a lot of doctors say, hey, these things aren't marketed as straight weight loss drugs. They're for diabetics. They're for diabetes. So could the state save some money by maybe doing some of its own compounding and all that? We'll ask Dan about that. And the whole Josh Elliott thing.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. President Trump tried again today to get his fellow Republicans to move on from the Jeffrey Epstein case. CBS's Erica Brown is on Capitol Hill.
President Trump downplayed the fallout from Republicans who are demanding more transparency regarding the investigation into child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
All it is the Republicans, certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook.
But calls for the release of the Epstein files are growing after a Justice Department and FBI review found no evidence of a client list or blackmail of powerful figures.
The president said today it is highly unlikely he will fire Jerome Powell, but last night he told some House Republicans he was leaning toward axing the Fed chairman.
I talked about the concept of fire him. I said, what do you think? Almost every one of them said I should. But I'm more conservative than they are.
By law, the Fed chairman can only be fired for cause. The Senate is considering whether to claw back $9 billion in funding for foreign aid and public broadcasting.
Some senators are concerned over the president's request to pull back about $1 billion for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which includes PBS and NPR, especially in rural and tribal areas. North Carolina Republican Senator Tom Tillis says he'll vote for it now, but
we probably at some point should provide funding to them. But I'm not going to fight that part of the rescission.
He says lawmakers might have to fix cuts they will regret. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
Fall River, Massachusetts Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon today updated the investigation into Sunday's fire that killed 9 people at an assisted living facility.
I'm comfortable saying that it's an accidental fire. There's nothing intentional about this fire.
Bacon choked back tears as he described how firefighters saw people screaming from their windows and had to choose who to rescue. A new CDC study finds more parents are balking at vaccines for their kids. Here's CBS's Alexander Tin.
Nearly 10% of parents with young children say they are planning to refuse all recommended immunizations for their children, and that 33% of parents are planning to refuse some or all of the recommended shots. Rates were different among pregnant moms-to-be, with nearly half of moms in their first pregnancy saying they were still undecided.
An Israeli airstrike hit Syria's Ministry of Defense in Damascus during a live TV news broadcast. Israel has vowed to destroy the Syrian government forces attacking Druze communities in southern Syria. Stocks were higher today. The Nasdaq gained 52 points, closed at a record high. Dow was up 231. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-375-8936. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-375-8936. 800-375-8936. 800-375-8936.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber has died. Gerber passed away yesterday at Yale New Haven Hospital, where he had been receiving treatment for a brain tumor. Gerber underwent 2 surgeries after his diagnosis late last month, but this week his family reported that his condition had worsened and he had been moved to the intensive care unit. City and town leaders across Fairfield County are expressing their condolences at Gerber's passing.
This is Ned Lamont, and I talked to Bill just a day or two before his surgery. He was so optimistic and positive, looking forward to coming back and fighting for the people of Fairfield. Cared for you, cared for the people of Fairfield, and we're going to miss him every day.
Gerber was 60 years old. A Bridgeport man is sentenced to spend 40 years in prison for the killing of his cellmate at the jail in the city last year. Cecil Mills previously pleaded guilty to murder and other charges and was sentenced yesterday in Bridgeport Superior Court. Prosecutors say Mills strangled 43-year-old Stephen Bailey to death at the Bridgeport Correctional Center while the suspect was awaiting trial for robbery and sexual assault. A plea deal calls for Mills to serve a 40-year prison sentence, followed by 10 years of special parole. And a 5-year-old boy who had been missing at Indian Wells State Park in Shelton was later found unresponsive in the water. The boy apparently entered the water at the boat launch yesterday afternoon and was spotted in distress by a witness. Emergency crews rushed to the scene and removed the child from the water, then began life-saving measures. The boy was rushed to Griffin Hospital in Derby and was reportedly showing positive signs last night. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, still delays out of Stamford, Darien. A pretty heavy ride in through Southport, Westport, Fairfield, 40 minutes, Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Parkway jam pretty heavy, Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Patchy volume, Fairfield, Trumbull, still busy. Route 8 into the bridge, a pretty good ride further north on Route 8. New Haven County Parkway looks okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work.
Whoa, there he is, President Donald John Trump there, number 47 there. Earlier today, pounding on his own party, saying, hey, never mind this Jeffrey Epstein files there. Thrill a minute here. What do you think of that? Man, I want everything released here. Now, wait a minute. Can we, and now listen carefully. Chris in Master Control there. Can you play that again? Listen to the inference here by Mr. Trump.
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work.
So wait a minute now. All of a sudden, these Epstein files, there's nothing there? Wait a minute, and this has turned into such an embarrassment. I don't want to say it's going to hurt anybody either way politically, but what a mess. All we heard, and now they want a special counsel with the Epstein files. You know what I say? Release all of it. Now, again, you may have to redact some names if, there are innocent victims here. I get it. I understand it. But, I mean, I'm looking up at my TV screen right now on one of the all news channels here, and they're people holding up, release the files and these mock Jeffrey Epstein files. Well, go ahead, release them. Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me there's nothing, there's no there all of a sudden? My God. This is just, you can't script this stuff. And again, I'm laughing because of the political hilarity here. In no way, shape, or form am I chuckling or making jokes out of what Jeffrey Epstein did, some of the stuff that was proven there. And there would have been more stuff likely proven if he didn't allegedly kill himself. And then the only reason I'm saying allegedly is because people say, well, no, he didn't kill himself. He was killed. Now there's controversy about the video there. We saw that. Oh, my God. So the question that I posted today, because this was all over the news, and don't tell me people aren't discussing this. I had 2 or 3 people come in the studio today here before my my little show got underway at 2 o'clock saying, what do you think about this Epstein thing? I said, I don't know. But here's the question. And it's still up there if you want to chime in now or later, talk or text, 203-333-9422. Is embarrassing information from the Jeffrey Epstein case files being hidden by the White House or President Trump? And consider this. Riddle me this, Batman. Is this the kind of thing where, just maybe the Trump people are saying, well, it may not be bad for us, but this will do too much damage on the other side? Do you think there's a little quid pro quo there going on? I don't know. You tell me. Now, as is spelled out in his job description, the ever-popular, me, love him, Chris Williams in the newsroom, he also gets to go over these answers on our Facebook page. And like I say, weed out the obscenities and the bad jokes and come up with people that are saying, Chris, what have you been able to find out?
Well, somebody posted a photo.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I'll explain that later. Hey, that's good. That's good last
for those
segment
that remember,
of the that's a good last segment of the program. But thank you for putting that top of mind. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Let's start with, I think the Democrats would have pulled out this card before. I think I misread that. I think the Democrats would have pulled out this card before the last election. That's from Helene.
Yeah.
From Lauren, by the court, Epstein file is being closed by the victim's lawyers.
Okay.
Robert says Biden had the same information, and Tom says the White House has proven they are Trump's lapdog and will follow his orders to the grave. Trump is always looking for an out and is as sleazy, if not more, than Epstein.
And thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. This is just wild. And I wonder, and I always look at the weird angles of any story like this. I wonder, because one of the responses you read there, Chris said, well, Biden had this information too. I guess some other people, whatever. I'm wondering if there's just some stuff. Now, there could be nothing at all. Again, Alan Dershowitz, still a sharp guy, was one of Jeffrey Epstein's he was on his defense counsel, his defense team, whatever. He claims there's nothing there. Now, again, what's he going to say about a now deceased former client? Lawyers being lawyers, I get it. But what if there was nothing? Now, I don't think there was nothing, but what if there was nothing? Or, on the flip side, and we'll go to break with this, think about this. What if it's so bad that neither side, in a spirit of political survivors on the other side, what if neither side says, no, we can't put this out there?
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, The Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age, your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Options, experience, and know-how, you deserve all three when it comes to selling your home. Choose someone who's trusted by community leaders with a nearly 40-year track record of serving area families just like yours. I'm Jonathan Carbuty with Carbuty Real Estate. We can bring you a cash offer should you need to sell quickly. We can protect the equity in your home with a traditional sale, or even our Improve to Move program if it's right for you. To upgrade your home, learn more at carbeautyrealestate.com.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to carbeautyrealestate.com.
This is your CT Insider Weather Update.
Clouds are going to hang out for the next few days until Friday. The weather going to remain in the 90s as well until then, when it drops down to 83. The low in the mid to low 70s, with a chance of rain about 20%.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Hey Yankees fans, arrive early at Yankee Stadium on Saturday, August 9th for our Old Timers Day, commemorating the 25th anniversary of the 2000 Yankees winning the Subway Series, presented by Fresh Direct. See Yankees legends put on the pinstripes again and take the field at Yankee Stadium. Relive memories of your favorite former Yankees and make new memories with your family. Get your Saturday, August 9th Old Timers Day tickets commemorating the 25th anniversary of the 2000 Yankees, presented by Fresh Direct at yankees.com/tickets today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, still delays out of Stamford, Darien. A pretty heavy ride in through Southport, Westport, Fairfield, 40 minutes, Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Parkway jam pretty heavy, Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Patchy volume, Fairfield, Trumbull, still busy. Route 8 into the bridge, a pretty good ride further north on Route 8. New Haven County Parkway looks okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers or thunderstorms. It will be warm and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Just a man, a microphone, and a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And gosh darn it, the doctors promised me the thoughts would turn around with that certain medication, but I have to go get it checked. I'm just kidding. About 17 after 5, this time midweek, every midweek Wednesday, Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media, drops by with the big stories. Mr. Haar, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. Guess what city I'm in?
Where are you?
Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Nice. And that would be why, sir. Why?
Because Hearst, Connecticut Media, CT Insider, has 900 people coming to the amphitheater for our first annual Sports Awards event.
Oh, I saw that. Yes. Very nice.
Yeah, we got people, and we have a very good couple of speakers.
Okay.
James Jones, the coach of the Yale basketball team, a fellow by the name of Lamont, who lives in Greenwich, is going to be here. So,
will you be will you be hauling down your friend Mr. Lamont and asking him some key questions during this? Will you?
It's a quiet time of year. We've already asked him when he's going to declare, and we've already asked him why he vetoed the bills that he vetoed. So I think we're in pretty good shape with the governor. The questions we would have right now would be for the Health and Human Services Secretary in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, so I know you wanted to touch on that. So, again, Connecticut worried, as many other states are, Dan, saying, hey, if these Trump cuts actually happen, if they get past the legal hurdles here, what's going to happen with the money? So what are your thoughts on that, and what have you been able to find out?
Well, I mean, right now there's just a lot of confusion on the money front, and who's going to certify that Medicaid clients are working 80 hours a month?
Mm-hmm.
The apparatus for that doesn't just create itself, right? So there has to be somebody who does that, and that's going to fall to the states. And our commissioner of social services has already worked with other states, red states, one presumes, that have done this, and it doesn't go very smoothly. It's not a very easy task. But that's really not the big issue of the week, in my opinion. I think the money is secondary to the question of this order that came out on Friday from HHS that says thou shalt not give any benefits, including SNAP, including Medicaid, including federally qualified, well, Medicaid is already, but federally qualified health centers, access to health care or Head Start to anyone who's not eligible because of their immigration status.
So how can now? I forgive me. I don't know what Mr. Tong has done, the Attorney General, or not done. So I would imagine this would face, Dan Haar, another bevy of court challenges. I would think. Am I right on that or not?
Yeah. Well, so far, even within a world of confusion on this particular order, which came out Friday, and for which I read the entire 24-page single-spaced. The order. I read the order itself.
Yeah.
It is entirely unclear on the central question, which is, will people providing Head Start and health care services have to ask people and demand to see proof of citizenship? And the order is ambiguous. The order specifically says that it's not requiring that, but it probably says it's not requiring that because the federal law already says that you can't deny health care on the basis of immigration status. So what it's saying within that section of the order is we're not going to require you to ask the question, but we're expecting you to know, basically. I mean, I'm simplifying.
No, but that's a good simplification. I like that. It almost sounds like a little bit of a two-step here. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. All right, Ozempic, Wegovy, the hot drugs that were made, obviously, and still prescribed to diabetics. A lot of people use them for weight loss and whatever, but what's the deal? I know you wrote about that. Interesting story. I viewed that, Dan. Ozempic in the state of Connecticut. What's up with that?
Yeah, the deal is that the Connecticut, between Medicaid, Husky, and state employees and retirees health plan, spends about $140 or $150 million a year this year, and that, of course, number keeps going up. Now, the legislature did tighten the rules on Medicaid for Wegovy and Ozempic. It essentially said that you have to have an underlying medical condition. You can't use it for weight loss.
Yeah.
But if you're overweight heavily, you're probably going to have a cardiovascular condition anyway.
Yeah.
So it's still going to be a great expensive drug. And under an obscure provision rarely used under the federal patent law.
Wow.
I learned a lot about this. Section 1498 of the federal patent law says that that the federal government can commandeer patents if there is a national interest. And so Connecticut has officially now become the first state to pass a law requiring the governor to ask the HHS secretary, that is the same aforementioned department we've been talking about, to give Connecticut the right to make Ozempic and Wegovy generically.
Oh, interesting. So where I mean, I get the legal maneuvering here, but let's say, Dan Har, the Fed said, okay, so where would that happen here in the state? Do we have any idea?
Yeah, apparently, according to one person I talked to who happens to be the legislator who passed it, he said making the generic drug is not the difficulty. The difficulty is getting the legal permissions, because apparently there are generic drug maker companies out there that are only too eager to be, because remember, the formula for all these drugs is public.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're patented and trademarked. Drugs, unlike lots of things, are not secret.
Yeah.
Right? They go through years, literally years of public trials. And so you know what's in the drug. You just can't make it and sell it yourself.
Yes, and having been married to a pharma woman and dated a couple of others, I know that. Yes, Dan Har, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Finally, Dan, yet another chapter a few days ago of possibly Josh Elliott versus Ned Lamont here. And did anything surprise you about Mr. Elliott's rollout the other day of I guess a campaign, he says, for governor?
Yeah, no, nothing surprised me about it. What he said was that he was going to push for taxes on very wealthy families, and he made it clear that he's not going to. He's not their enemy. He's just going to push for those higher taxes. Mm-hmm. And what he doesn't say is he absolutely dead set committed to not run for re-election in his seat in order to challenge the governor. Is he in it to win it? Is he in it all the way? And he hasn't answered that question. And in fairness, look, if he spends the summer and the fall not getting any signatures, not getting any money, then he may decide over the winter, gee whiz, why don't I just keep my seat? This idea bombed. So it's not really an easy question to answer, but it's the question we'd like to ask.
And finally, Dan, even if he does that and decides, no, not this time around, or I can't do it money-wise, I'll wait for another 4 years, he's kind of in a roundabout way, don't you think? Sort of, kind of, and going with what Saud Anwar has said about now the overdose deaths, they are getting the message out there, Dan. They're not happy with the governor. They think policies on some planes should be a little more progressive. So is the mission almost somewhat accomplished here?
I think what Senator Anwar is doing in a way is more significant than what Representative Elliott is doing. Senator Anwar from South Windsor, the co-legislator of Representative Tom Delnicki, who I'm standing next to right now at the event, is really to blame Lamont for death.
I know.
I mean, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. I won't say it's more significant than running against the governor, but he's more outspoken against the governor than Josh Elliott. Josh Elliott hasn't said anything really negative about the governor, other than that they disagree. He has not accused the governor of killing people.
Somebody, Dan, just to finish up here, somebody here at the station said to me the other day, they said, do you think Anwar and Elliott are working as a team? Are they strategizing, as one of our ex-presidents would say? Are they working together, Dan, or what do you think?
Are Anwar and Elliott working as a team? I would say no.
Okay.
I would say no. I would say that Elliott has been talking about doing this for some months, and Anwar was really animated by those vetoes.
All right, Dan.
So I would say no.
All right, Dan Har, Hearst, Connecticut Media in Bridgeport tonight for the big Hearst sports shindig there. Dan, do me a favor. Be nice to the autograph seekers tonight. If they want your autograph, just sign for them, okay?
This is a bipartisan event.
All right. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Take care. Dan Har, Hearst, Connecticut Media. I guess Hearst is having their big athletic function there at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater, the AMP. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still with some heavy waves out of Stamford Greenwich. Still 40 minutes Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport. Very heavy through Sherwood Island, Southport, Fairfield. Parkway Extra Company Greenwich through New Canaan. Very heavy into 41, 42 in Westport. Now, Fairfield-Trumbull side still with a lot of company. Northbound Route 8, no accidents reported, but very heavy into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Still have reports of a car versus pole accident, Route 63 by Burnt Swamp Road in Woodbridge. Traffic is brought to you by Courtesy Carpet. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, you know, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
The number one fear when it comes to planning for retirement is running out of money. So you take that, and then, of course, that 42% of baby boomers that don't know how much money they have in their nest egg, well, that also means they don't know if they have enough. Think about it. Do you? Find out by listening to Mastering Your Wealth. Join host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners every Saturday morning at 8, right here on WICC 600. And, of course, for more details, you can always visit online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump now says it is highly unlikely he will fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell, a day after he told some House Republicans he was leaning toward doing so. Some Republicans, like North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis, say canning Powell would be a mistake.
Look, I've had problems with Chair Powell, but at the end of the day, I respect him and I respect the independence of the Fed.
The president is slamming Republicans who want more Jeffrey Epstein files released.
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net.
In Fall River, Massachusetts, Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon says Sunday's fire that killed 9 people at an assisted living facility appears to have been accidental.
A chaotic scene. They describe seeing faces in windows, and having to decide who they need to rescue.
6 firefighters suffered non-life-threatening injuries battling that fire. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber has died. Gerber passed away yesterday at Yale New Haven Hospital, where he had been receiving treatment for a brain tumor. Gerber underwent 2 surgeries after his diagnosis late last month, but this week his family reported that his condition had worsened and he had been moved to the intensive care unit. City and town leaders across Fairfield County are expressing their condolences at Gerber's passing.
It's Caroline Simmons, mayor of the city of Stamford. And I just wanted to offer my deepest condolences to First Selectman Gerber's family and friends during this difficult time. This is such a heartbreaking loss. I know the community that he served was so lucky and grateful to have him. And I truly enjoyed working with him.
Gerber was 60 years old. A Norwalk police officer is on leave after being arrested on domestic violence-related charges. Stamford police say 29-year-old Lillian Martinez was arrested on July 4th on 2 counts of breach of peace. Martinez was arraigned yesterday in Stamford Superior Court and was ordered not to have any contact with the alleged victim, who is her former girlfriend. Martinez has been placed on paid administrative leave by Norwalk police over the arrest. The office of the state's attorney and local police are investigating a clash between an off-duty state trooper and a self-identified First Amendment auditor. YouTuber Sean Paul Reyes says he and a photographer went to the home of Connecticut State Police Sergeant Brian Fahey on Friday. They drove a mobile billboard which was playing video from a previous confrontation between the two of them. Reyes says he knocked on Fahey's door and was told to leave before Fahey came out carrying a gun at his side.
You are right now. You spit in my face. My property You're right going now. To jail now.
Police were called, and Reyes and the other man were arrested for criminal trespass. Reyes disputed the charges in a conversation with WFSB Channel 3.
These are baseless charges, and the real criminal should be arrested and charged.
The former director of food service for New Canaan Schools has been found guilty of larceny and evidence tampering. Prosecutors say 67-year-old Bruce Gluck of New Milford stole lunch money from the district for more than 15 years before the thefts were uncovered in 2017. They say Gluck and 2 others stole a total of $478,000 from the district. Gluck will be sentenced in Stamford Superior Court on September 19th. South Windsor Democratic State Senator Saad Anwar is blaming Governor Ned Lamont for some of the lives lost to the opioid epidemic. Anwar says Lamont pushed lawmakers to remove a provision from a bill that would have established overdose prevention centers across Connecticut.
I want to get people off of drugs, and we've made a big effort there. We're having some success. There's less fentanyl deaths today than there were 2 or 3 years ago, so we're making progress. So I do have some worry about the perception, again, of safe injection sites in our major municipalities.
The senator says since the clause was removed May 29th, there have been close to 800 overdoses in the state, including more than 80 deaths. Anwar is a medical doctor, and he says the governor's decision has led to needless deaths. West Hartford is planning to install 15 speed enforcement cameras around town in an effort to make the roads safer. A public meeting is scheduled for July 30th for a discussion about the planned locations of the cameras. West Hartford applied for a federal grant to help pay for the speed camera program, and it appears that money is now headed to the town for the effort. The public meeting, July 30th, is at 6 p.m. at Town Hall. Avelo Airlines is shutting down its West Coast operations. The discount airline indicates that the shutdown of its Western network by the end of the year will have no impact on New Haven operations. Avelo also reports that the change will result in 3 additional planes being relocated to New Haven, helping their East Coast operations. The group Coalition to Stop Avelo, that was formed to protest the company handling deportation flights for ICE, says this is another sign Avelo is poorly financed and managed. And 3 different New England states are vying to be the home of the Connecticut Sun, the WNBA team that is currently owned by the Mohegan tribe. The tribe has been exploring a potential sale since the spring, and the governors of both Massachusetts and Rhode Island have expressed interest in buying the WNBA franchise. However, Governor Ned Lamont is not giving up that easily. At a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Lamont said the Sun might be staying right where they are.
We have a strong bidder, former owner of an NBA team, very credible proposal on the table to keep the Sun in Connecticut, a lot of it at the People's Bank Arena. We'll see where we stand.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still with some heavy waves out of Stamford Greenwich. Still 40 minutes Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport. Very heavy through Sherwood Island, Southport, Fairfield. Parkway, Exeter Company, Greenwich through New Canaan. Very heavy into 41, 42 in Westport. Now, Fairfield, Trumbull side still with a lot of company. Northbound Route 8, no accidents reported, but very heavy into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Still have reports of a car versus pole accident, Route 63 by Burnt Swamp Road. in Woodbridge. Traffic is brought to you by Courtesy Carpet. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers or thunderstorms. It will be warm and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So the plot thickens, mon ami, about the Connecticut Sun, the WNBA team, which of course plays at the Mohegan Sun Arena. And the Mohegan Tribe hiring a consultant a few months ago, and people were like, uh-oh. Well, listen, if you have a property that you paid $10 million for 22 years ago, and somebody comes up to you and says, hey, boss, we can get $250 million for that property, which is outgrowing our facility here. Even though we have a nice facility, a nice Mohegan Sun Arena here, a lot of these teams now are playing to bigger buildings. Wouldn't you sell? And I found it interesting, that news that Chris Williams had and that bite from Governor Ned Lamont that's been circulating. Well, there's a former NBA owner who wants to buy the Connecticut Sun and keep them in Connecticut. And I'm looking around and fishing around, and there's no identification who that is. Now, understand something. A lot of NBA owners, NHL, Major League Baseball, NFL, there are sole owners, then there are majority owners, and then there's some people a lot of rich people do this. They buy 0.5% or 1% of an NBA team, and or NHL or baseball or football. Well, I'm an owner. Yeah, but you're not the majority owner. You're not the boss. You get a percentage of the profits depending upon what your percentage of ownership is. So is this a majority owner in the NBA that wants to keep the Connecticut Sun here? I don't know. Is it a Fairfield County person? Maybe it's one of Ned's friends? I don't know. Be nice. But if you notice in that report that Chris had and what the governor said is, I guess the illusion is, if they have to stay in Connecticut, they have to play in Hartford. Listen, nothing. I've been to Foxwoods and Mohegan Sun. I don't gamble. I don't golf. I've never stayed in the hotels there. I have friends and family members that have. I go to concerts. And I've been to the Mohegan Sun Arena, 10 times for a show, 8 or 10 times. Been to the Fox Theater, the smaller venues at Foxwoods. Well, it's very nice. I'll go out there for a show. It's about an hour drive for me. I don't care. But it's inconvenient for a statewide team. It's inconvenient for a statewide team. And they played the Indiana Fever last night with Caitlin Clark, and there were 19,000 people at the TD Garden in Boston. So, listen, it is what it is. It's sad. Now, is this NBA, this former NBA majority or minority owner might be, is he and or she, are they going to move them to the XL Center? I'm sorry, the what do they call it? The TD, the M&T Bank Arena. That's it. Get it right, Paul. The M&T Bank Arena. I'm sorry, the People's. There's so many banks. No, the People's Bank Arena. TD Garden, M&T, People's Bank. The People's Bank Arena was formerly, the Hartford Civic Center, which I still say all the time, old guy here, or the Excel Center. So now the People's Bank Arena, you would think that if this guy or this gal, or whomever this group may be, if they're going to pony up the value of the team, which is $250 million, I'm certainly going to say, you ain't playing out in the eastern part of the state. You have to play somewhere where it's centrally located. Okay, Hartford's a little north of center, but you know what I mean. Easy to get to from New Haven and Wallingford and North Haven and Meriden and Middletown and Enfield, even from Fairfield County or New Haven County. If you want to go, it's like going to a concert, except there are a whole bunch of them at one place for an entire season. And again, remember, with a bigger building, you can keep the pressure off ticket prices a little bit. You can keep the pressure off just a little bit when it comes to parking and concessions and food and souvenirs and all that. So listen, I hope this works. Connecticut should have, and again, be careful when you say a pro sports team. Yeah, no, we have pro sports teams in the state. We have the Hartford Wolfpack. We have, for now, the Bridgeport Islanders / Sound Tigers. We have the Hartford Yard Goats. Again, we have professional teams. Pro sports, be careful. No, this would be I guess the WNBA is being considered now. Is it a major sports league? And I'm not saying, of course, it's a major sports league, but is it now being embraced as the 4 major leagues are by America? And you could say the 5 leagues. Listen, Major League Soccer's doing real good. More and more MLS-only facilities being built. Hopefully, Andre Swanston, who's been on this radio station a few times, gets another soccer venue built in Bridgeport to go on with the Hartford Athletics venue, the old Dillon Stadium there, right next to 91 and 2 and on Hartford. So we will see. So it's interesting. It is interesting. So the governor says a former NBA owner, and again, somebody's going to have deep pockets. Big difference from when the Tribe bought them back in 2003. They were bad in Orlando. They got moved up here, and look at that. Pretty good investment. $10 million to $250 million in 23 years, 22 years. That's not bad. Almost as good as the investment by the Mara family of the New York Giants. What was the Giants franchise fee? $500 in the NFL? Which would be equivalent. Which if they sell now, what are the Giants going to be worth? $4-5 billion?
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
I get so many headaches every month.
It could be chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those who have 14 or fewer headache days a month. Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor. Visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still jammed out of Stamford area, and it's about a half hour to go. Stamford up to Norwalk. 45 minutes now, we'll call it. Norwalk up to Bridgeport, pretty solid by Sherwood Island up into Southport. Parkway building out of Greenwich through the New Canaan Rest, very busy into Westport and Deggs at 42. Patchy volume on the Fairfield-Trumbull side. Northbound Route 8, very heavy into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Patchy volume both 95 and the Parkway into New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Clouding over this evening, a few showers or thunderstorms overnight. It will be mild and humid with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The voice of Connecticut is WICC 600 and 95.9. Now, back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, the couple of minutes. Want to jump in here? I got a text. I've gotten several texts today, including a lot of entrants for the pizza contest we have at the Pizza and Brew Fest coming up this weekend at the aforementioned Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Somebody asked me to look up the Bracero or Bracero, Bracero, the Bracero program. We were talking about what to do with illegals in the country. Number one, you cut down the way they can enter, which the Trump people have been trying to do. I have some new numbers here in a second. But you do that, but then what do you do with people here who are not criminals, not rapists, not murderers, not gangbangers, but just people living here who are kind of in this stasis, in this limited, like they're in limbo here? And look, I think the Trump White House has done an admirable job of getting some of these bad people out of the country. Now, of course, Mr. Biden did that too, not to the extent that Barack Obama did. But what the Trump people are doing differently is when somebody has an order of removal, they're going after them right away. I don't think they're laying around for the appeals and this. But the Bracero program was an agreement between the U.S. and Mexico starting in 1942 that facilitated the temporary migration of Mexican laborers to work in the U.S., primarily in agriculture and on railroads, to address wartime labor shortages. Over 4.5 million contracts were issued during the 22-year run of the program. So it ran from 1942 to 1964. It was the largest guest worker program in U.S. history. It provided opportunities for Mexican workers to earn higher wages and gain new skills. It also faced criticism for issues like exploitation, discrimination, and an influx of undocumented workers. And somebody had texted me at 333-9422 and said, hey, maybe there's something we can do with this. Could be. Could be those border numbers I was telling you about here. Now, I'm not making this up. This isn't from it's a no-good right-wing website. No, it's cbp.gov, Customs and Border Protection.gov. Last month, the month that just wrapped up in June, border encounters, in other words, a CBP officer, Border Control, encountering somebody trying to get into the country. In June, it was a little over 9,300. June of this year. Last June, 130,000. June of 2023, 144,000. June of 2022, 207,000. So from 2022 to 23, 24, and 25, 1, 2, 3, three fingers up all. So in the space of 3 years, we've gone from almost 208,000 border encounters at the border to 9,300. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The total currently through half of the year. So we just finished the 6th month of the year. So the total for the first half of 2025, fiscal year to date, they say, encounters at the border, 414,000 and change. So let's say that doubles. Let's say it goes to 830,000, right? So that would be, let's even round it up higher. Let's say it's 900,000 for the year when we wrap up now. We're halfway through 2025. Last year, the full year of 2024, 2.1 million. The year before, 2.4 million. The year before, 2.3 million. And again, this is why you have blue states primarily worried that the 2030 census is, in a sense, going to foster their loss of congressional seats because the faucet has been turned off, at least for now. At least for now. Gary in West Haven is with us. Gary, good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, Paul. I hope I'm not being redundant. I called earlier when you were talking about the Epstein files and all. And I just two things I wanted to say. One is there's an old saying that my grandmother used to constantly repeat, and that was, the truth will set you free.
Yeah.
So I think just let it go. Let it out there.
Let it out there.
And deal with it. And the other thing is, Trump, and I think a lot of his supporters like to think of him as a kind of a tough guy. And, you're really a tough guy, then okay. If you're in that folder, then own it. If you did something you're ashamed of, or you'd rather, then own it. Stand up.
And Gary,
it,
you would think, though, you would think that if there was something that bad in it, wouldn't somebody of some
have used it?
Yeah,
right.
That's what I'm. Yeah. Unless Gary, like I said earlier, maybe both sides are doing a wink and a nod here. You know what I mean?
They cancel each other out. They cancel each other out. But the American public, we're so sick of this nonsense, and and the hypocrisy, the duplicity. I don't care. Just boy, would I love to just have a means to just end it. Stop living these double lives. Stop lying through your teeth.
Yeah.
Maybe that's too much to ask, but, it's an opportunity here. There's an opportunity here to come clean. And do I wish we could do that. I wish we had the resolve, the courage to do that.
In the end, Gary, thank you for the call. In the end, I think it all comes out in the wash. I do. Hey, maybe they're waking up in New York City. Did you see this? New poll out there. This is not a bogus poll. This is the Harris Corporation, Lou Harris. Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic Socialist, 26%. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo, 23%. Current New York City Mayor Eric Adams, 13%. And did I see Curtis Sliwa was at 22%? Wow. How about that, huh? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 585 registered voters. So maybe New York City doesn't like the idea of a Democratic socialist who's promising things that he cannot do. There's stuff that Mamdani says he can't do. And maybe they're saying, wait a minute, maybe we shouldn't elect a guy who won't come out and say that it's okay for Israel to exist as a Jewish state, as he pussyfooted around that in a debate. How about that? Mamdani, 26%, Cuomo, 23%, Curtis Sliwa, 22%. He'd be fun. And Eric Adams, 13%. So it's interesting. Mamdani, 26%. Andrew Cuomo, 23%. So half of the electorate in New York is split between Mamdani and Cuomo. Eric Adams still at just 13%, and Curtis Sliwa. I have a feeling before this is done, two of those candidates are going to say, listen, I can't win, but we can't have this leftist democratic socialist ruin New York with crazy ideas that he knows he can't achieve. So please just vote for make it honestly, folks, kind of a rhetorical question here. Can another Cuomo be that bad? Maybe we just name another bridge for Mayor Andrew Cuomo. Oh, man.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still jammed out of Stamford area, and it's about a half hour to go. Stamford up to Norwalk. 45 minutes now, we'll call it. Norwalk up to Bridgeport, pretty solid by Sherwood Island up into Southport. Parkway building out of Greenwich through the New Canaan Rest, very busy into Westport and exit 42. Patchy volume on the Fairfield-Trumbull side. Northbound Route 8, very heavy into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Patchy volume both 95 and the Parkway into New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a few showers or thunderstorms. It will be warm and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Okay, we'll wrap it up here. Jack in Stamford. Jack, give me 40 good seconds. Go.
What's all this talk about an arena at Mohegan Sun?
Yeah.
All I ever see up there are tables and
there's a Mohegan. There's a Mohegan Sun Arena. The entrances are right in the middle of the casino, so it's a wonder you got to look for it to get in.
Yeah, it's probably wasted space. Let's put a few tables in there, some blackjack.
And Jack, I'm going to have to let you go. Time's flying here. No, I've been to the Mohegan Sun Arena. It's a fine place. I've seen a bunch of concerts there. The problem with the Mohegan Sun Arena, it's not exactly convenient to get to, number one. And number two, the capacity now is starting to be surpassed by buildings that are better suited to a successful basketball franchise.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Michael Wallace, President Trump is again lashing out at Fed Chair Jerome Powell, but is backing off his threats to fire him.
President Trump has long complained the Fed chairman has been too slow to lower interest rates, but will he fire Jerome Powell?
So he's doing a lousy job, but no, I'm not talking about that.
But just moments later,
I don't rule out anything, but I think it's highly unlikely.
He also said he did discuss Powell's future with members of Congress.
I said, what do you think? Almost every one of them said I should.
By law, the Fed chair can only be fired for cause. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
President Trump is blasting his supporters who are still calling for the release of more files regarding convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net.
CBS's Scott McFarland.
For the Attorney General Pam Bondi, the FBI Director Kash Patel, and the Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino, they were three of the loudest voices calling for Epstein information release in 2024. Before they took office, before they assumed responsibility.
Former Vice President Mike Pence just told CBS News the administration should release all the Epstein files. Investigators believe the fire that killed 9 people at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts Sunday was accidental. Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon says it was a rough one for his crews.
A chaotic scene. They describe seeing faces in windows, and having to decide who they need to rescue.
6 firefighters were injured. The Senate is considering whether to pull $9 billion of funding for foreign aid and public broadcasting. CBS's Nicole Killian says 3 Republicans opposed the clawbacks, including Lisa Murkowski of Alaska.
She has certainly expressed concerns with respect to the impact on public broadcasting, particularly in a state like Alaska, which has a lot of rural areas.
Vice President J.D. Vance had to cast a tie-breaking vote yesterday just to advance the package. A Texas judge has set an October 16th execution date for a man who would be the first in the U.S. to be put to death for shaken baby syndrome.
58-year-old Robert Robertson was convicted in 2003 of murdering his 2-year-old daughter, Nikki. It's since surfaced that she had undiagnosed pneumonia and sepsis. His attorney, Gretchen Swen.
It's a mountain of evidence showing that this poor child died of natural and accidental causes, not shaken baby syndrome.
Robertson's 2024 execution was temporarily blocked by a bipartisan majority of the Texas House of Representatives. Chris Fox for CBS News, Austin.
The Nasdaq closed at a record high today. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777 or biglou.com.
A favorite moment from Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Even the very popular, lovable puppet Elmo from Sesame Street is not safe. I'm talking about on social media. Did you see recently on X, formerly known as Twitter, that Elmo's account was hacked? In fact, a series of posts that were anti-Semitic, as well as the demands for the Epstein files, were released, and really horrible posts were, have been deleted since, but it was detected on Sunday. And it really speaks to the fact that just about anyone, even a Muppet star, if you will, can be hacked on social media. And so we thought it was a good opportunity to have back on our show our cybersecurity expert, Dr. Vahid Bezadun. Are you surprised that even Elmo was hacked, Vahid?
Good morning, Melissa. Well, yes, the Elmo hack is certainly one of those headlines that catches everyone off guard. It's comical. Elmo, of all characters, posting such offensive content. And then for the operators of the account to take hours before they take the tweets or X postings off, and then keeping Elmo offline for about 24 hours before it comes back and briefly talks about the incident. So, yeah, this whole episode was a bit absurd, but not at all unexpected or rare in terms of compromises in the social media realm, particularly when it comes to accounts that have wider reach.
So what do you do in that situation, Vahid? Obviously, none of us are Elmo, but I do think it speaks to, if you are, for example, an influencer or you have a big company, you have a big presence, if you will, on social media, and just understanding how exposed you really are.
Well, first and foremost, planning for similar incidents is of absolute necessity. whatever we do, particularly in the public domain on the internet, can at some point be compromised and exploited for things that we do not intend and do not perhaps expect. Coming up with a plan on how to control what happens after is very important. A recovery plan being put in place is very important. But there are, of course, as I've been saying over the past 4 years on the show, general cyber hygiene, ensuring that your credentials are safe, secure, and properly maintained, making sure that your devices are up to date, making sure that security precautions such as using anti-phishing, anti-malware, anti-compromise tools on your system are important. And of course, awareness of the threats, being informed of what the different methods of compromise are, how do they work, how to detect them, like phishing emails and messages, or credential reuse in cases of credential compromise in a different system, where the password that you use for one account is also used in another account that's been compromised in a different hack and has been made available to attackers on the dark web. These are the things that I generally prescribe to anybody, not just social media account operators.
And again, we have Dr. Vahid Behzadeh here, who is our cybersecurity expert. I wanted to also talk about post-legislative session. Vahid, I know you are one of the main leaders in an AI, a cybersecurity group here in the state. And I wanted to ask what your thoughts were following the legislative session. There was another attempt to get a better handle on AI and discrimination, especially. It did not pass. Were you surprised by that? Are we missing the boat on that? Were there other big takeaways from the legislative session, in your opinion?
So this was the second year that the legislative attempt to define and mandate regulations on AI failed to be called at the House after passing the Senate. The bill this time was more refined in terms of its details and its scope. The core intent, based on my understanding, was to establish guardrails around the development and deployment of AI, particularly focusing on consumer protections. As you mentioned, this included things like preventing algorithmic discrimination, ensuring transparency in all computational decision-making, particularly in critical areas like housing, employment, and credit, and addressing issues like synthetic media. The point there was to establish at least a norm or a mandate for what many call responsible AI. It was an effort to proactively shape a responsible AI future for Connecticut, which aimed to balance innovation with ethical consideration. But similar to the previous year, the opposing argument, which was mainly advocated by the governor's office and the DCD Commissioner Dan O'Keefe, was that this area, this domain, i.e. AI, is very new. We don't know what it is. It's evolving very fast. We do not want to put obstacles in front of it to slow down the potential, the growth, the evolution of the system just yet. And also another argument is that many of the things that are regulated in or proposed to be regulated in the bill are already covered by existing laws. Now, there's an element of truth to both arguments. There's demand for harnessing, for limiting what AI or AI companies and AI tools can do. There's concern in the wider community about the potential harms of AI, intended or unintended. And at the same time, AI is a very new field which touches on many problems that have already been faced and partially addressed. There are partially addressed in existing regulations and laws. There are certain issues that can definitely benefit from more detailed and specific regulations, but there are other things that can be reduced to existing case law. At the end of the day, Melissa, and I'm sorry for this long monologue, at the end of the day, I think what the bill did this year was to bring the need for responsible AI practices back to the attention of both the technical community and the wider community of users and developers. So there's conversation that's happening because of the bill, and that conversation has been very productive. I must also mention there was another bill that actually passed this year, and that was on banning deepfake, revenge porn, and synthetic media. Yeah, which is a sign that Connecticut in general doesn't seem to be anti-regulation. It's just that the scope of regulation needs to be
it's a balance. Right. It's a balance, Vahid. I mean, because I think, in some regard, Connecticut is one of, if not the only states that would be putting such regulations in place, which was one of the fears that the governor sort of had. But at the same time, you have in the back of your head, let's look at how social media went. And the fact is, in Washington, they're trying to now catch up on an issue that we really didn't get ahead of. We opened Pandora's box, and now social media is very much out of control in some regards. And so, there's this balancing act of we don't want to be too severe with AI, but we also don't want to miss the boat and know that we put people in danger, especially kids. So you're totally right on that. And I always appreciate having these conversations and having your insight here on WICC. Dr. Vahid Bezadon, thank you so much always, and we'll be in touch again really soon.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity.
All of us have a role to play in promoting a mental health-friendly workplace.
So what can I do to help?
As a CEO, I can set the tone for a supportive culture.
As a manager, I can offer assistance and accommodations.
As a coworker, I can be a source of support.
As someone with a mental health condition, I can ask for what I need to perform my best.
What can I do?
What can I do?
I can remind others that none of us are alone.
And that we all benefit from workplaces that promote good mental health.
Learn more at whatcanyoudocampaign.org.
Welcoming you back to appointment day at the Martinez house. Raul Martinez looking stressed about scheduling a colon cancer screening.
Anyone 45 or older should have this booked yesterday.
He's typing away solid form.
Uh-oh, now Raul's looking at his cell phone. Is he watching a cute video right now? That cat is not a person. It's preposterous.
But Raul uses his other hand to hit send.
Stand Up to Cancer and Optum want to help you reduce your risk for cancer. Visit takeahealthystand.org.
The thought of my sons growing up without me inspired me to quit smoking.
I talked to my doctors, and then I threw away all my cigarettes, ashtrays, and lighters.
I started exercising instead of smoking.
Staying away from alcohol when I was first quitting was key.
I kept on trying, learned something each time.
Do whatever it takes.
No matter how many times it takes.
We did it, so can you.
For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CDC.
Imagine if information came with a nutrition label. Then you'd know if what you're consuming has the right mix of verified facts, credible sources, and relevant context. But news and information doesn't come with a label. It's on us to develop a healthy news diet ourselves. Let's all resolve to strengthen our news literacy so we can make healthier choices about what news and information to consume, share, and act on. Test your news literacy fitness with our quiz at newslit.org. Exercise your right to be well-informed and get Newslit fit.
You're listening to a Melissa in the Morning Rewind. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
As we reported, DraftKings voluntarily settled to give back to Connecticut consumers $3 million. And this was after a pretty lengthy investigation showing that they were using maybe not the best marketing and advertising tactics. Joining us now is the commissioner for the Connecticut Department of Consumer Protection. Brian Caffarelli is back for his monthly visit. And Brian, perfect timing because this story came up at the beginning of the week in my newscast. And I saw you had made comments on certainly this case. I mean, give us a little bit more detail into this. And what does it mean for Connecticut consumers?
Yeah, sure. Hey, good morning, Melissa. It's good to be back with you again, and happy July. And thank you for covering this. One of the things that DCP does, Consumer Protection, is we regulate the gaming industry in Connecticut. And what happened here, and what we want to underscore, is that operators such as DraftKings must clearly communicate the terms of any promotion to their customer, including requirements to wager a certain amount or other conditions to obtain a promised reward. So what was happening is that consumers in Connecticut were misled into believing that immediately after their first deposit, they'd be credited with a 50% deposit match, that it came, with no strings attached. And instead, they were unable to access these funds until certain criteria like playthrough or rollover requirements were met. And so, we had discussions with DraftKings, and we have a very good result. And it's really, it highlights why, if you want to participate in this market, if you want to place wagers in Connecticut, you should do so in the regulated market, because we're keeping an eye on things and we're looking out for the consumer. So if something goes wrong, and you are misled into believing something that's not exactly true, we're going to take care of it for you. And this really demonstrates that. So over 7,000 people who placed wagers during this period are going to have their money returned. It's over $3 million. And so it's a big win for consumers. And I will say, DraftKings, to their credit, they voluntarily agreed to do this. They've worked with us. They're going to provide compliance training to their internal personnel, so that they don't, find themselves in this situation again, and enhance promotion, like the education for consumers of these deposit bonuses and stuff. So it really, it does underscore kind of what we do and why, if you want to place wagers in Connecticut, you should do so in a regulated market like DraftKings or FanDuel.
And again, we have Commissioner Caffarelli here from the Department of Consumer Protection. Another thing that has been in the news, certainly for the month of July, because of what we've seen in other states like Texas, New Mexico, North Carolina. Unfortunately, a lot of devastating, even deadly flooding events. And of course, the number one thing people, and we love the hearts of Connecticut residents, but the number one thing people want to do is donate. They want to help. But that also is exactly what scammers want you to do. They want to prey on the vulnerable and take your money, and it doesn't end up helping anybody, right, Brian?
Yeah, no, it's sad in Connecticut. I mean, if you look at the stats of how giving we are, we have really big hearts in Connecticut, and certainly don't want to discourage that. We just want to make sure if you're choosing to give to these really devastated victims in flood-torn areas of the country, that the money actually gets to them. But to your point, people will, scammers, fraudsters, they're going to take advantage of this, and so they're going to send out text or maybe make phone calls or charity solicitations. So We just want to tell you, take a minute and do a little research before you give to make sure that your money's getting there. So what does that mean? Don't click on links, because texting is kind of the number one way that they're soliciting this and other scams these days. Don't click on links from senders claiming to be charities. It could download harmful malware to your device. They're a gateway for scammers to steal money and other personal information. So ignore the text, block the senders. The same goes for phone calls, from unknown phone numbers asking for donations. Some legitimate charities, they will use emails to solicit donations, especially if you're part of kind of their community. But read through and search that charity in a separate browser. So the takeaway here is, if you want to give, do a little research and go directly to their website, that charity that you want to give to, and give to them directly. So, a hasty decision to donate either, through a text or social media is another area where you'll see these really heartfelt stories, but some of them are from scammers